Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the June 6, 2023 Board of Health meeting and remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. For staff in attendance virtually, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and remove it after you're finished speaking. With that, I'll call the June 6, 2023 Board of Health meeting to order. And at this time, we have no requests from council members, Board of Health members, everyone is present. Approval of the agenda, changes to the agenda. Dr. Lockley. You just turn your microphone on for me, thank you.
One additional item to the agenda, if I may, just about the length of the meeting going forward.
Just a discussion item?
Just a discussion item.
Okay, everyone's in agreement with that? No objection? Okay. So with that, a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Board Member Michele, seconded by Board Member Columbus. All in favor? Carried. Disclosures of pecuniary interest. Declarations? Seeing none. We have no consent items and we have no early closed. We have no deputations and we have no presentations. So with that, we're able to jump right into 8.1, the Board of Health minutes from May 2nd, 2023, both open and closed. Unless there are any errors or omissions, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to move the minutes as presented. Board Member Van Andrieschie moves, seconded by Board Member Duffy. All in favor? Carried. Communications, item 9.1. May is the Alpha Info break. Dr. Shaw, Director of Public Health. Do you wish to speak to the communications item or would you? Fine, thank you.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair, to members of Board of Health. So these are all communication items. The first one is from Association of Local Public Health Agencies, and mainly this is about their annual general conference and their meeting, which will be taking place on June 13th to June 14th. Could I go to the next one? Any questions?
Any questions on that particular item of communications? Nope. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a correspondence from City of Hamilton to Ministry of Health asking about first of all, their annual service plan and budget submission, and asking for more funding for year 2024.
Questions, comments on that second item of communications? Seeing none. 10.2.
Thank you. 9.3 is again from City of Hamilton, where on April 12th, they declared emergency on 3 fronts. The first one on opioids, homelessness, and the third one is on mental health. And this is, and they sent letters to Ministry of Health and across different ministries who are involved in those emergencies.
Any questions on item 9.3? I have one for you. So similarly to declaring a state of emergency, like we did with early days in COVID or climate change initiatives, what additional opportunities does that provide the municipality to send that message loud and clear to the province on those particular items? Does it provide us with more face time with them? Does it provide us with an eligibility to apply to different funding? Can we expect anything different?
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. So currently we are investigating that those questions, because those questions they were asked during Health and Advisory meeting. And we are also looking for the criteria, what criteria they entail to declare that emergencies. And for this, I'll let Dr. Locke to speak more, because we may have more information about it. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Luck, I don't think that mic turned on.
Okay. Hey, it's on when the light is red, not when it's green. Okay. Sorry about that. So through you, Madam Chair. So yeah, we've done a little bit of exploration. We brought this to the attention of the committee just in case you were asked about it and whether we should consider it ourselves. So From my understanding so far, there are other communities such as Ottawa and Toronto who've done a similar declaration of state of emergency. And now Hamilton is following suit. In order to be eligible for additional funds and supports, you need to, once you declare the state of emergency, you need to make an application to the provincial operations center. I understand that Ottawa and Toronto has done that. That's my understanding. But Hamilton has not moved forward on that to complete the appropriate application. So without that application, there isn't any ability to get additional resources. It's more a matter of that it draws attention to the problem that the city is dealing with. My understanding as well is that at this point in time, Toronto and Ottawa have not received any response from the province on this issue.
Okay, that's helpful. And so will this just be information that you'll collect and bring back to us? It'd be interesting to see if there are any smaller similar municipalities. I can see the state of emergency declaration in those larger urban centers, but you wouldn't want to abuse it in our smaller urban centers. Not to say it's not happening and real and needs to be recognized, but I would be very cautious of the declaration unless we had similar metrics, I suppose. So I'd be interested in more information on that. Any other questions? Okay. So sorry, with that, Genevieve, I should have asked, can we do one motion for all three items? Is that appropriate? Mover and a seconder, moved by board member Columbus, seconded by board member Van Andrieschie, that all three items of communication be received as information. All in favor? Carried. Okay, staff reports. Item 10.1. Acting Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Joyce Locke, you have an update for us whenever you're ready.
So what I attempted to do today was augment one of the reports that's coming later from one of our staff on work with the in our Healthy Children's program. And one of these addresses the Healthy Babies and Healthy Children program. The Healthy Babies and Healthy Children program has been around for quite a long time in response to the fact that research that's over 40 years old has shown that the adverse experiences that children receive during their early years, even up into adolescence, has dramatic long-term effects on their development. Essentially, these ongoing toxic stresses rewire the way the brain develops, and with decreased skills at building sustainable, resilient, and supportive relationships, as well as their response to stressors within their lives. Ongoing research has shown that these neurodevelopmental changes then increase the tendency of some of these individuals to use maladaptive behaviors and adopt higher risk health behaviors later in life. And then these high risk activities then make them predisposed to other chronic conditions and early death. So it's a key importance is to ensure that children at risk for these adverse child experiences are identified early in their life course, and that interventions are put into place to counter or support to counter the destructive toxic environment and to support the individual and the family for more constructive relationships in methods of dealing with stress. There's also been studies that have shown that these interventions early on do have a significant impact in decreasing the risk of developing adverse behaviors and also starting the child on a better course throughout life. So the evidence is there. There is so that the key message here is that the Healthy Babies, Healthy Children programs is key. It's received essentially no increase in funding for quite a few years, despite increase in demand. So just wanting to make sure that the committee is aware of that. In addition, there is an additional program called the Nurse Family Partnership, which is only used in a very limited number of health units at this point in time. It's an evidence-based intensive home visiting program only offered to first-time moms with their first child. It begins prior to the birth of the child. And it's an effort to start really early with this first-time mom to teach and develop skills that lead to constructive relationships with the child and the family. So because it's intensive, it's expensive. To other health units, including our own, use a modified approach of this Nurse Family Practice Partnership in cases of higher risk, when very high risk individuals are identified. That's the Infectious report.
Board Member Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Thank you. My question for Dr. Locke is the Nurse Family Partnership Program. How are children, our first-time moms prior to the birth of their child, how are they identified for this program?
They're identified through the collaboration of the health unit with other social service agencies that serve high risk. The individuals, they also self-identify.
Any other questions? So I initially opened it up with the 10.1, but that was actually 10.3 HSS 23017. So I'm just pulling my report up here because I would actually be interested in a bit more information on the funding. What is the dollar value we receive? How long have we received that constant dollar value? And is there an estimated figure on the increase of the population of children in our health district as a comparative?
Madam Chair, I'll leave that to our staff person to discuss. She'll go into further details of that.
Great. Do we have someone on the line?
Hi, yes, thank you, Madam Chair to the Board of Health. My name is Nikki Loss and I'm the Program Manager for the Healthy Growth and Development team. So currently we are funded by $892,000 as provided by the Ministry of Children and Community Services. And we have seen a slow increase in the number of births over the last many years, but the numbers that I have in front of me, it's been about maybe 10, 15 more a year are increasing. We do see a steady increase. However, there was a significant jump from from 2021 until 2022. Our greatest jump, was between 2021 and 2022. So currently we are sitting at 1,160, which I'll speak to in my summary, but 1,160 births in Haldeman, Norfolk over 2022, and it was significantly less into 2021. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up my note here with the number. 1,116 live births in 2022 and 1,070 in 2021. So that was the significant increase in the last year.
Okay, did you have a presentation or notes you want to go through concerning this report?
Yeah, so I will be going after our annual service plan discussion. I have a summary with more information.
I'm just confused why we opened this item up. Let's continue with this report and finish it in full, if you don't mind. So take it away. Sorry, that messed up the order, but we could take that away. Take it away and begin this report in full. That would be appreciated.
Sorry, Madam Chair, to the board, would you like me to continue or would you like Dr. Locke to continue with her report?
Are you finished, Doctor? I'm very confused here as why we started with an update and then we're going to stop and then revisit the topic. So I'd like to just stick to the topic in full if we could. Are you finished?
I am finished in a very valid point. We should have been probably more organized in that kind of way. No, I reviewed all 3 reports and I was attempting to supplement one of them.
Okay, I got it.
But we didn't change the order of the reports.
Okay.
We can without any problem. So Nikki, if you do your report now and you'll do the annual service plan thereafter.
3 what? 10 points. Okay. All right, great. Nikki, yes. If you could please present item 10.3 so we stay on the same topic and you can start at the beginning with the full report and summary, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board members of the Board of Health. I'll be presenting Health and Social Services 23-017 Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program. So as Dr. Locke described, our program is designed to help children in Ontario have a healthy start in life and provide them with opportunities to reach their full potential. HBHC began in 1998 and is mandated by the Ontario Public Health Standards. Our program is funded by the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services and delivered through our HBHC team. Our team consists of a program manager, public health nurses, and family home visitors. Our team delivers HBHC in collaboration with community partners such as Norfolk General Hospital, Child Protection Services, and other family support programs such as those provided by REACH. For this summary, I'll refer to our clients as caregivers as it encompasses all who are eligible. During the prenatal, postnatal, or early childhood periods, which is 6 months of age up to transition to school, caregivers can be referred to or self-refer themselves to our program. Once they referred, our team takes a ministry-developed screen where we can determine their level of risk. If caregivers are identified at risk, they're offered entry into our voluntary HBHC program. Together, the public health nurses and the caregivers work to develop a family service plan where they develop goals. And following that, a family home visitor is assigned to the family, and they meet weekly, bi-weekly, or depending on the level of need, they'll meet more or less frequently with those families. The family home visitor supports them with interventions, resources, and connections to the community services, and the public health nurse remains involved by providing families with more in-depth assessments and support as needed. The COVID-19 pandemic greatly impacted the service delivery for HBHC. Almost all team members were redeployed to emergency response tasks, and only one public health nurse with support from our program assistant followed up with very high-risk clients. Home visiting in this case was not offered, and the main goal of our interaction was to connect with support still available in the community and provide resources virtually if possible. Currently, our team is working hard to reestablish relationships with community partners, working on gaining education on the current trends in our HBHC client population, which we found is increased maternal mental health concerns and an increase in negative child behaviors. And also we are working on increasing our referral and caregiver uptake for the HBHC program. One of the biggest challenges for effective HBHC delivery across the province is the lack of funding available. The ministry has not increased our funding since 2015, despite an increase in population and an increase in the needs of our caregivers and their families. Although we put forth our best effort to make do with our current funding, without an increase, we are limited in our abilities to deliver the HBHC program. And this is especially true in our more vulnerable populations. Majority of HBHC clients are referred from various external sources, so hospitals, midwives, etc. In 2022, Haldimand and Norfolk County had 1,116 live births. Of those births, we received 874 referrals, 438 for Haldimand and 436 for Norfolk. 586 caregivers were identified with risk. And another important stat is that approximately 75 to 80% of our screens and referrals come from outside of our jurisdictions. Many of the quality improvement initiatives involved looking at how to increase the number of screens we receive from external sources, as well as how we can capture moms earlier on in their pregnancy journey. As mentioned in my report, due to the COVID-19 response, it did affect our ability to provide the program. More specifically, we didn't return to home visits until June 2022 and didn't have a full staffing complement until October 2022. Despite the lack of funding and the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, our HBHC continues to support caregivers and families of Halton and Norfolk. We're accomplishing this directly through our home visiting program and indirectly through our community partners and programs. We will continue to create awareness, educate, and develop innovative ideas to meet the emerging needs of our ever-growing and changing community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to also take an opportunity to thank the staff. I see there are 2 family letters attached commending our staff for the service level. So that's very kind that those are included, and thanks to our staff for doing a great job. Are there any questions from Board of Health members? Board member Van Andrieschi, followed by Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The term external references or referrals, excuse me. What does that mean? Oh, you're on the screen. What does that mean? How does that work? It's not from our area, or they're referred to from outside and they come to our area. But what is the meaning of that?
So through you, Madam Chair, to our board member. So all of our moms that we have, or that we provide services to, all live in Haldeman and Norfolk. However, because 80% of those moms do not deliver in Haldeman and Norfolk, they deliver at external hospitals like Brantford, Hamilton, Niagara, etc. We rely on them being referred from those hospitals through a ministry platform called Born.
That's correct. We discussed this before, so, and I couldn't remember. Did we say if they had their child outside of the county, which I don't think, well, maybe now we do it simple. But do those one phone call to each of those parents to see if everything's okay, or does it have to be a medical referral?
Thank you. Through the Madam Chair to board member, we receive the referrals and we have to have consent to be able to contact the moms. We receive all the notifications that births have occurred, but we have to, the external source has to check off, get permission from the client or patient, and consent to us calling them at a 48-hour mark after they return home from hospital.
Yeah, ask one further question. And how is that going? Like, do you find that you get those referrals? Like, are they, say for instance, example, if they're born in Hamilton and the nurse comes and says, wish to have consent, or how does that follow up to make sure that every mom that lives in Halton and Norfolk at least has an opportunity to speak? Like, that we are guaranteed that they're at least referring or talking to those moms to talk to a nurse out.
So through the chair to the board member, as we are mandated to do things, so is the hospital staff. They have to ask that consent, and they do have to specify whether consent was granted. So they are mandated to ask that question as well. We do see some hospitals are better at obtaining that consent than others, but we do get quite a few referrals, I would say in the high 80% from most of our locations, 80 to 90%.
Board member Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you. My question is, what is the current prescribed screening tool that the province is having staff use at this point in time?
So through the chair to the board member, there is a 36-question screening that is completed at the bedside with moms, and this is used across the province. And it goes through many different risk factors that that clients may have, from anything of, do they smoke? Has mother experienced a previous loss? Is there a parenting partner, etc. It is a very researched and evaluated screening tool that is used across the province.
Thank you very much.
Board member Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have an increase in births here from one year to the next. Is that in line with what's happening in other jurisdictions of health units?
Through the chair to the member, I don't have actual facts that could confirm that. I am involved in different ministry working groups where various other health units have said the same or experiencing the same, but I can't confirm that with actual facts. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to follow up this from the other question, the same question I asked at the advisory committee. With the screening tool we have, out of 1,045 births, 586 were identified with risk, but under further investigation, only 62 were confirmed with risk. And are they going to be making some adjustments to that screening tool so that more of the resources are put where they're needed rather than just identifying more than half the people at risk?
Through the chair to the member. So yes, unfortunately, as I said, 62 families were confirmed with risk, and this is confirmed through completing an in-depth assessment. So we start with an in-depth contact where we reach out to moms, as we reach out to everyone that we receive a referral from. Unfortunately, if moms don't return our calls, or when we do call, they've changed their minds, so it will decrease our numbers. So although 586 are identified with risk, when we do the in-depth contact, which the number wasn't shared in the report, but there's 353 moms that we were able to get in contact with and offered our in-depth assessment in our program. And for various reasons, they either decline or we are able to meet their needs through not the full HBHC program. They didn't require the full HBHC program. Then that's where we'll see the numbers drop. However, 62 families in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and only being involved in the in-depth home visits since June and then full staffing complement in October, our numbers are fairly well. And I know in 2023, the numbers will improve, and we are already seeing in our first quarter an increase and an improvement back to normal numbers.
To the board member. So this is one other issue to consider. So this is a screening tool. So with a screening tool, you can set the bar high or low to pick up positives. If you set it too high, then you risk missing positive. If you set it too low, then you end up identifying too many. So I think what you're after is that perhaps the bar is set a little low and that we're picking up. So that would have to do with the research behind the screen tool. So we can look into it to see why. But I think the idea was that let's set the bar low. So we'd rather that our net catch a few extra, and then through the more in-depth, intense process, where we look into the picture a bit more, we actually find those who would most benefit from our intervention. So it's that intense interview that is staged for step 2, where they try to apply the resources the best they can to the highest risk people. So whether the 500, so that's the way the thing is set up. But we can always try for efficiencies, but there are risks associated.
Ms. Lost? You're still muted.
Thank you, through the chair to the board member. Yes, and even though we don't necessarily engage in a full family service plan with as many as depicted with the numbers, we had almost 800 moms where we did provide resources. They just did not meet the risk level that required long-term services. So despite that long-term engagement, we are meeting quite a few moms and providing many resources and community connections, just at a shorter term relationship.
I guess my only comments would be it's, really low resources are required to send a letter advocating for more funding. That's easy for us to do. However, I would be maybe interested in sitting tight for one more year and having you come back to us with information about how many people we can actually see, how many we may not be serving, what that decreased service level looks like if our funding doesn't keep up with our population base. And furthermore, more historic numbers on the growth in population in our health district prior to COVID and a additional year after where we are now. I wouldn't want to send a letter saying we need more funding. There's this population boom when we know that there is a very large population boom correlated to COVID itself. So if it's isolated in just 2021 to the 2022 years, and that's the numbers and the data we're going off of now, I'd be hesitant to send, but I'd be interested in having staff just keep an eye on those numbers, maybe provide us some more historic population figures and then an additional year into the 2024 year and come back to us. And I would have no problem sending a letter at that time with a better understanding of what the population size is. Did the dollar value stay the same? I'm assuming it would, as it hasn't changed thus far. And then sending a letter to advocate for more funding, unless any Board of Health member has an alternate. Dr. Locke?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so just to advise you that this issue of the funding of the Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program is a concern across all health units with all the public health units. The issue as part of, medical officers, health in their role also are aware that you need to be sure that what you're recommending has some evidence behind it. And two, that it's the most cost-effective methodology to use to address this particular program. The Nurse Family Partnership has been rigorously evaluated and has very solid evidence behind it. The Healthy Baby, Healthy Children program is a response to the same type of need, but has never been evaluated in any kind of way. So I understand that there is, so that issue needs to be addressed as well. So I think the message I'm trying to give here is that one, this is definitely on the radar of the public health units, and there is ongoing dialogue about how best to approach ensuring that our children at risk in our communities receive the services they need, while at the same time being sure that we have a cost-effective, evidence-based approach to this. So that dialogue is in process.
So in your opinion, just to clarify, are you of the opinion that it is time right now for us, or it is timely right now for us to send a letter advocating specifically for the Nurse Family Partnership program? That's the data is there, and
so the data is there. It's from the U.S. where programs were first started. The research was done by an American child psychologist. There is an evaluation. There are Nurse Family Partnership programs in Ontario and BC, and McMaster is leading the evaluation of the Canadian versions of that program, which is almost exactly the same as the American. So we do expect to see similar results. I think it'd probably be better to hold off writing a letter at this point in time, knowing that this issue is definitely on being addressed through the work of the various public health units. And I think we will, the staff will attempt to keep you informed as to progress in that, and perhaps advise you when a letter might be best time.
okay, I agree with that. Thank you for bringing this to our attention and raising it. Any further comments, questions on this particular item? Okay, mover and seconder to receive the staff report as information, moved by Board Member Huffman, seconded by Board Member Bandridge. All in favor? Carried. And is it staff's preference to continue 10.2, the annual service plan?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll be presenting report HSS-23-05 about 2023 annual service plan and budget submission. The Ministry of Health requires submission of an annual service plan to accompany the request for funding for all programs. The purpose of annual service plan is to describe the program and services boards of health are planning to deliver in accordance with Ontario Public Health Standards based on local needs and communicate budgeted expenditure for a given year. The 2023 annual service plan and budget submission were developed as per approved 2023 health unit operating budget. The additional one-time requests have been put forward based on select ministry criteria and are in line with the health unit priorities. There are 5 funding streams. The first one is mandatory programs with a total budget of approximately $9 million. The second one is Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, which is a 100% funded program with a total budget of approximately $633,000. The third one is COVID-19 General Program with a total budget of approximately $1 million. The fourth one is COVID-19 Vaccine Program with an approximate budget of $1.1 million. And the fifth one is additional one-time funding program with a total budget of $370,000. So in total, the total budget for this submission is approximately $12.2 million. We submitted this report to Ministry of Health in April. We are still waiting for their approvals. Once we find or get approvals, we'll be coming up with a follow-up budget amendment report to Board of Health. With this, I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the Board of Health? Many, but I'm still just pulling up my additional attachments here. Go ahead, Board Member Banerjee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So when I take a look at the budget submission summit, and I see the general COVID-19 general and the COVID-19 vaccine program and the number, so we don't anticipate that to continue. Am I correct in saying that, or is there a decrease, or what will happen in the future?
You, Madam Chair, so we don't know yet
Oh.
about 2024 budget. There are discussions going on at different forums, and Como is one of them, but we haven't heard anything from Ministry about 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wonder if staff could clarify, this is strictly Ministry of Health funding and the report to them. There are other programs that our departments run that are funded out of different ministries. So this is not the total budget. This is only part of it.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. So this funding does not include funding for Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program that is sponsored by Ministry of Children and Community Services. So that's correct. This only Ministry of Health funded program budget.
Okay, seeing no further hands, there's a recommendation to endorse the annual service plan budget submission to the Ministry of Health. Moved by Board Member Van Passen, second by Board Member Shelley. Comments, debate, discussion, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, staff. And the last item is 10.4 Infectious Disease Program. And I apologize, Dr. Luck, did you want to make any comments on either of those? I stopped you after your first introduction to 10.3.
Madam Chair, thank you for asking, but no.
Okay. All right, we are on 10.4 HSS 23021.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll introduce my colleague, Sarah Titmus, Program Manager for Infectious Disease, to present this report.
Good afternoon, through Madam Chair to the Board. Today I'll be presenting report number HSS 23021, Infectious Disease Programme, and ask that the Board of Health accept this report as information. So what is the Infectious Disease Programme? The Infectious Disease Programme consists of many aspects executed by a number of different health unit teams, with each team aligning its goal with the relevant sections of the Ontario Public Health Infectious and Communicable Disease Standard and associated protocols under the Health Protection and Promotion Act. For the ID and COVID response teams, the overarching goal is to reduce the spread of transmission of diseases of public health significance and protect the health of the Haldimand and Norfolk communities through public health interventions. So why does this matter? What is the public health burden to the community? Diseases of public health significance can lead to adverse outcomes such as long-term side effects, hospitalization, ICU admission, or even death. This is a particular concern in our facilities where individuals who are medically or socially vulnerable live and are more susceptible to transmission as well as adverse outcomes. In 2022, the ID and COVID response teams investigated 664 diseases of public health significance, including respiratory, enteric, sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections, tuberculosis, vaccine-preventable and vector-borne diseases, as well as 6,858 cases of COVID-19. The team also managed 187 outbreaks in our facilities during the same time period. So what is the health unit's role in decreasing transmission of diseases of public health significance and protecting the communities of Haldeman and Norfolk? The public health interventions the ID and COVID response teams implement aim to do this. These interventions include case and contact management. So we currently have 68 diseases of public health significance, which will soon increase to 71. And case and contact management involves an investigation of the case, including health teaching, recommendations, follow-up, and contact tracing. We also undertake outbreak management, which is similar to case management, with outbreak enhancements that take into consideration the entire outbreak, collaboration with facility staff, infection prevention and control guidance, testing recommendations, and surveillance strategies. We also undertake surveillance and trend identification, which is a form of monitoring diseases of public health significance to identify trends and new emerging or increasing diseases of public health significance. An example of this was the recent monkeypox, or mpox as it's now being called, with 3 cases identified to date in Haldeman, Norfolk. Coordinated efforts were put in place for health education, healthcare provider information, risk communication, and immunizations. And so far, the health unit has been able to offer 41 mpox vaccines through our vaccine clinics. We also undertake communication and health promotion as an intervention. An example here is the Lyme disease risk communication and health promotion that the environmental health and ID teams will be focusing on this year. They're currently updating public-facing health information on our website, which includes things like a map of Lyme disease endemic and risk areas, a focus on tick checks and tick identification and removal. Moving on to the intervention of infection prevention and control, our program has a focus on education, research utilization, surveillance and epidemiology, microbiology, outbreaks, and infectious disease threats. The key focuses for 2023 include a community of practice needs assessment, expansion of IPAC focus to include childcare settings, and collaboration with our IPAC hub. Finally, we have our more legislative pieces, so the IPAC complaint lapse and investigations process and the mandatory blood testing act. All IPAC complaints received are taken seriously and lab investigations are undertaken to ascertain if there is a breach that requires mitigation. And then our mandatory blood testing act involves a formal and sometimes legal process for obtaining blood samples post bloodborne exposure. Both of these areas are time sensitive and resource heavy and are an important part of decreasing the infection risk to our communities. As you can see, the ID and COVID response teams have a large part to play in monitoring the health of the Haldeman and Norfolk communities from an infectious disease perspective. Preventive action through the public health interventions briefly described help us to reach our goal of reducing the transmission of infectious diseases and thus the disease burden within the Haldeman and Norfolk communities. Thank you. I'll open for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from board members? Board Member Vanderdushi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. When you take a look at the charts and you see us in comparison to that, the one that strikes me the most is for justice. Is there any particular reason why from 21 to 22 we had such an upswing in justice?
Through Madam Chair to the board member, we have seen an increase, should I say, in a number of different diseases of public health significance as we move out of the COVID pandemic. Some of this is definitely due to the lifting of those public health measures, and so we are now congregating much more than we have done over the COVID years. The other piece with pertussis is that it is a vaccine preventable disease, and so we do see a level of vaccine hesitancy, and that has certainly increased somewhat post-COVID. And so our vaccine preventable disease team is currently working quite hard on that piece. We're also working with the province to better document what is currently going on with pertussis within 6 health units that are also affected with increased cases.
And that's a very good point. The idea is we're trying to encourage those to get vaccinated for whatever they can to continue with good health. So what, can you give me an example of what the health unit is doing to try to encourage families to get the shots for their children and help all the rest of us out as well if they're well protected?
Thank you for that question. So through the chair to the board member, our vaccine preventable diseases team, they take that focus of the health promotion around the vaccinations. So I know they've been working quite hard to put some information out on our website, working with healthcare providers, sending out lots of reminders to families about getting up to date with infant vaccinations that may have been missed during COVID-19. As an ID team, we did also send out some memos and some communication to parents and to the family physicians to talk about the need to increase our pertussis rates.
So there's nothing that goes out to the schools to be sent home to the families. Is there such a thing anymore or no?
Through the Madam Chair to the board member, there is information that goes out through the schools. It's predominantly around ISPA, so the immunisation of the Immunisation School Pupils Act, which does look at all mandatory vaccinations, of which pertussis would be one of them. And so those children who are not up to date with vaccines are given that opportunity to get up to date during that process.
Any further questions? Dr. Locke, do you want to supplement that?
First, in general, for you, Madam Chair, to board members, if I may. So with respect to the upswing in the cases of pertussis, so all the factors that Sarah mentioned are correct, but the other is that pertussis itself just tends to go through these cycles. So we get an upswing in pertussis case about every 5 years. And why does it do that? Who knows? That's not yet known. The other thing is that, so pertussis vaccine is administered in early childhood by family doctors, and it's also available to pregnant moms late in pregnancy, because the best way to protect an infant from pertussis is to be sure that the mom's antibodies are high. So that's why the communication with primary care is really key. And yes, the school program is also another time we catch up. The other key message to the general public is that the best way to protect yourself and your children from any of these vaccine preventable diseases is to get the vaccine yourself. So if you yourself get the vaccine and you and your children get the vaccine, then you have an armor against protection against these.
Board Member Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin. I guess my question is, I completely understand the influenza and you know, we do our community awareness and messaging regarding washing hands and staying home when you're sick, etc. You've made mention of the pertussis. I'm quite concerned about the STIs, and those numbers seem particularly high to me. And just wondering what is being done in that. Are we above the provincial average? Is this a provincial norm? If someone could speak to that a little bit more in terms of the STIs, that'd be great.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the board member, thanks for raising that question. We are below the provincial average for all STBB BBIs and have been for at least my time here in the health unit, so for at least the last 7 years, we do have 2 family health teams, so Norfolk Family Health Team and then the Haldeman Family Health Team, who do offer sexual health services and clinics. And so we do refer a lot of folks to those clinics. We also have our school health team who offer sexual health clinical services in the schools as well, to not only provide education around sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections, but to also provide testing and treatment along with things like birth control. So the team are coming out of the COVID pandemic, as I mentioned, and so over the next 6 months, we'll be working with a health promoter to look at our numbers for all of our diseases of public health significance and make some decisions around which of the key areas we really need to focus on over the next, 2 to 5 years from a health promotion perspective to see if we can decrease our numbers.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions from board members? Dr. Locke, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may just supplement, when your numbers are low, it's never quite sure whether the disease rate is low or you're just not picking them up. So, we do have the benefit of having 2 family health teams who are willing to take these patients, because it requires taking patients which are not affiliated with your particular practice. But on the other hand, this is an ongoing discussion among the health units. So some health units, like this one, have gotten out of the business of testing for STIs and have delegated to primary care in the community. And since it is a clinical test, it should be done by primary care. That's the appropriate move. Other health units have done the same. Some particular health units have found that the bulk of their STI positive results come from their public health affiliated clinics, and those public health units have elected not to get out of the business. So just to put some context to what low numbers might or might not mean.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, recommendation to receive as information. Moved by Board Member Huffman, seconded by Board Member Duffy. All in favor? Carried. And that brings us to item 10.5, which we've added, which is Dr. Locke's with regards to meeting duration discussion item. Sorry, Dr. Locke, microphone, please.
Okay, thank you, Syed. I just raised the issue of perhaps the board may like to consider extending the length of the board meeting from an hour to an hour and a half. We did find the advisory committee meeting went on well beyond an hour and a half, if I recall. And there is some benefit to having sufficient time for some in-depth questions, which we as staff find very helpful to us. So just something for the board members to consider moving forward.
Thanks for those comments. My initial comments are that we, for about a year or so, didn't receive much of anything in writing. So the meetings were happening infrequently and they were very quick. But I would almost leave it to staff if there's going to be a hefty agenda and you'd like more time, unless there's opposition from Board of Health members. I don't believe there would be, to connect with clerks and then just adjust our schedule accordingly. I have no problem with giving items sufficient time to discuss. I'm seeing heads nodding. Board Member Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The request coming from the doctor, I think, makes sense, and we are toying with our schedules, and I wouldn't really see a problem with starting Board of Health consistently at 1 p.m. The Public Hearings Committee consistently at 3. I would rather have our board members sit around for an hour than have our staff have to rush reports and things like that. So if we can get done in between, we can hop and have a break. And if it takes that time to have the reports presented by staff, then I'm more than willing to sit with it. So maybe we could just sort of look at that type of schedule and it becomes consistent then as well.
Board Member Huffman. Do
I would like to second that motion if that's being put forward on the floor.
you want a motion, Genevieve? Okay. Okay, so can you just clarify your request for a written motion?
That the regularly scheduled Board of Health meetings begin on the first Tuesday of the month at 1 p.m.
And so that gives us the buffer. That gives us from 1 until 3, essentially. Okay. So moved by Board Member Van Passen, seconded by Board Member Huffman. Discussion or debate? All in favor? Okay, we will meet on the first Tuesday of the month at 1 p.m. from here on out, giving staff additional time. And that will potentially give us a break in between meetings if there isn't enough content to fill up 1 until 3 p.m. Okay. Thank you. Item 11, bylaws, which we have none. 12, we have no motions today. 13, does any board member have a notice of motion? Seeing none. 14, does any board member have any other business to discuss? I have one item. Friday of last week, Norfolk County was invited by the Ministry of Natural Resources to attend a funding announcement that was held out of county. And I was unavailable to attend, so our resident gas well expert, Bill, attended on behalf of council and made it known to the minister and his staff that we were there supporting them in their announcement. They have announced $23.6 million, which is about $7.5 million over 3 years, of which Norfolk County has been notified that we are eligible for gas well funding. And I believe it's tallied at about 6 million specifically already spent with time and energy and resources and money here in Norfolk County. I believe I read that. I could be wrong, Bill. Four-ish is our guess, but I believe I read 6, so don't quote me on the exact number, but we've already been the recipient of significant support and funding from the Ministry of Natural Resources. They've made their staff available to our staff and have been excellent by way of helping with the gas well. So we know that that is a significant health risk to our community members, and we know that we don't have the resources to deal with that, to provide monitoring. We're torn between providing health unit expertise and operations expertise, fire and ambulance and so on. So that is great news for us and our health unit, and I'd like to commend all of our staff and especially Bill for all of his work on that file, and thank the ministry for their funding announcement and specifically recognizing that Norfolk County is eligible for more funding. So we will continue to work on that. We'll certainly get our applications in, but it's great news for Norfolk County and quite frankly, all of Ontario. So with that, we have no closed session items today. Sorry, Board Member Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with some other business, that I think this is other business. I just noticed we passed a motion Tuesday of each month. We'll begin with a Board of Health meeting at 1 o'clock, which was the motion that Board Member Van Passen put forward. Just to clarify that will begin in August, because our Board of Health meeting in July is on Wednesday to accommodate the Canada Day holiday.
And we don't meet in August, so September start. Unless there's something pressing and a staff report gets full, please reach out to clerks and just schedule us accordingly. I think that's suitable. Okay, good catch, Board Member Michelle. With that, I am looking for a motion to approve bylaw 2023-07BH, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Board of Health for Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit as this regular Board of Health meeting held on the 6th day of June 2023 and signed by the chair and clerk and affixed with the corporate seal. Moved by Board Member Columbus, seconded by Board Member Michelle. All in favor? Carried. An adjournment at 1:29 p.m. moved by Board Member Huffman, seconded by Board Member Duthie. All in favor? That is excellent. We are going to take a 30-minute break and reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp with a special council meeting. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. We are back for our special council meeting. Welcome to the June 6, 2023 special council meeting, and I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. I would also ask you to ensure your phones are on silent mode. With that, I call the June 6, 2023 special council meeting to order. And at this point in time, no members are absent. However, Councillor Brunton's just not at his desk at the moment, but he is present today. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we have one closed item of business today. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the following motion: that council enter into closed session at 2:01 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Section 239(2)(e) and K, to discuss matters pertaining to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? And that is carried. We will jump into closed session.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family lives in Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like #1 for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look
It's a
around.
good representation of Ontario's garden when
Exactly.
you visit this place, isn't it?
Yeah. This is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big
food
ones,
and
yeah. Like
stories.
the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, you know, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games or, well, I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds. Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird book.
Go to Long Point or
Oh,
where's
well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans, Long Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that. If you're into that, I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is there
of course.
decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
so do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, you know, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
We live in a pretty cool place.
Yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kill-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice, in winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This
Yes.
is so exciting.
So Jess, for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I'd seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We were like, if we start doing high school shows, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? That's a small community,
that's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And that's what it requires, right? A show is like a mini village coming together, making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, that connection,
totally.
right? Yeah.
I just think community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you. Yeah. That you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, you just have those people that believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community. You're volunteering places. You really want this place to grow and thrive. And so why Norfolk? And what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here, and that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because We have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me, is like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, you know, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive. Yeah. So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk, people that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, you know, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, it's, you know what, if we get involved, then you learn so much more and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's do a little fun. Not that I wear the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important to you.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And it makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, like what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, I love, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. Like, there's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Terry, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it on. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. People that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of energy. So this is about a conversation, this is about their story. So welcome to episode 3. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to dig in people's lives, ask questions, and learn about people's passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today. So I've known you for a little bit, small community, but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers like just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk. Yeah. So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Boose Harbor. So I grew up on Boose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places in Ontario to enjoy what Norfolk has to offer. So it's just very cool to see that and experience it. One very cool fact about this place is that Boose Harbor has the largest amount of indoor boat storage on boathouses for all of the world.
The world?
Yes.
Wow, that is crazy. This little place.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. Something to be proud of.
I would absolutely say so.
So we've been talking about nature, and we spend lots of time outside. You bring me to a boating place where you like to fish and spend time. So tell me about your passion. Obviously there's a connection somewhere there.
Yes, absolutely. Especially recently with everything that I've been seeing happen in the world, I'm very passionate about the earth. So I want the earth to be a good place. I want Norfolk County to be a good place. Everything that I love about Norfolk has to do with outside, has to do with nature, has to do with clean water, clean air, fresh trees, everything. So I just really think it's important to take care of everything that we have here in Norfolk County, and it's not an easy thing to do. So
no. We all have to start and do our part. That's the thing, right?
Absolutely. And I'm doing my best, but it does get very difficult. It's easy to make the change. It's just hard to start.
So we were talking earlier about, you know, doing things around Norfolk and visiting places. I know you're a busy guy, like you work, you're a volunteer firefighter. So what do you do to de-stress and relax?
I would say my number one most favorite thing to do to de-stress would be to just get out on Lake Erie. Whether that's ice fishing, boating, swimming, relaxing. It's just such an amazing place. As soon as you get out on Lake Erie and you get away from shore a little bit, you just come out to this different zone.
Other than this place, like where else do you like to visit in Norfolk County? Where else? What's one of your other favorite spots?
I would say that my favorite spots in Norfolk County would have to be broken into two categories. One is nature, being Lake Erie, boating, all of that kind of fun outdoor stuff. And I also like Norfolk's bounty. Before, maybe you had to go out to a place far away to enjoy all of this beer, wine, food, amazing service, but now we can just go out the back door, and before I can drive for 10 minutes, I found something that I can go to locally that's amazing.
Couple of winery on the way here.
Yeah, it has passionate folks in it doing things. Like, it's just great. All around here, there's so many amazing things you can do, and it's just growing, so I love seeing that.
I thank you so much for your time. I love your connection with nature and what you want to do as far as your passion with the environment. I'm in line. We need to come together for this to happen, so hopefully we can inspire a few people with this little conversation here. So
Absolutely.
Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. It's about people that have high energy, that get involved in their community. We sit down, have a conversation, learn about their passions. Welcome to the next episode. Hello, I'm Emily. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I love to ask questions and discover people's passion and having great conversations. So today I'm here with Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi.
Might be you here, might be you invited me to a great place. I got to know you a little bit more today, but I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about you.
Sure. So I'm Nick Cranks. I was raised in Langton, and I live in St. Williams now.
So Norfolk County boy.
Yeah, Norfolk County boy. Yeah. If we're going to put a location on it, and if you're asking someone where you're from, this area, you always say Norfolk County.
No.
Unless you're from Port Dover.
Did you say Port Dover?
Then you say Port Dover for some reason.
I invited you to pick a place. So tell us where we are and why you decided to invite me here.
So we're at where I work, Blueberry Hill Estates, which my family owns as well too. This is where I spend probably my entire day, every day of the year. So we're located on the patio here, and we're basically overlooking the patch. And you probably cannot see from the camera because it's on the other side of the camera, but the lake is just on the other side.
I love to hear about people's passion, and I know you have a lot of projects going on, and I want to dig further into your passion. So what do you think really stands out for you? What are you really passionate about?
So day in, day out, I'm typically making wine or working the field, so that's something I'm really passionate about. I'm also the president of the Ontario South Coast Wineries and Growers Association, which encompasses Norfolk along with other neighboring counties. And so I'm really passionate about trying to raise awareness of this area for growing grapes and making world-class wines.
And so winemaking, like what draws you to it? Why are you making your whole life right now? And why winemaking in Norfolk County?
Well, I guess you could say it's one of the best agricultural products you can make.
I agree.
It's something that you can preserve, and like even after the crop is finished, you still have to work with the crop that you were working out in the field all year round. And when you put it in a glass of wine, you have memories of how that year was when that wine was made.
So it sounds like you spend a lot of time on this farm, a lot of time on this like part of Norfolk County, but if you have time to de-stress, where would you go? What do you do in Norfolk?
I definitely like going to the beach. So, getting out in the water when it's a hot day is It's truly nice.
Not too far from Turkey Point, I guess.
Yeah,
You can roll down the hill.
Yeah,
or...
we got excellent restaurants here too, so which is pretty amazing for the per capita, the amount of people that live in Norfolk County, that we have enough restaurants that you can count them more than your two hands or whatever, which is
really
nice.
Good ones too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It is so exciting to see how our agro-tourism industry is developing in our area, and it's kind of cool to see you guys like working together and really promoting this area.
Well, when you think about farming from what it was in the past, it has to evolve over time though to make it an industry that can support itself. It allows people to be able to figure out ways to succeed or have succession in their family, to go to that next generation, so that way we can have countless more generations of those families living in Norfolk County and growing the things that their grandparents grew.
And keeping the passion alive.
Exactly, yeah.
I thank you so much for your time, Nick. I thank you for inviting me in this beautiful place. I cannot wait to explore some more. And
It's too bad it's not pizza day.
I know, I heard that was really good. I'll come back. I'll be back. Thanks, Nick.
No worries. Cheers.
Welcome to episode 6 of Passionate Folks. This is a vlog and video series about the people of Norfolk. We sit down, have a conversation, hear about their passion and what lights them up. I'm excited to introduce the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. My name is Emily. I love to connect with people, having some conversation and learning about people's passion. Today I'm sitting here with Sue. Hey, Sue.
Yeah, you bet.
I'm so glad that you took the time to come out and have a conversation with me.
Well, thanks for asking me.
Yeah, so for people that don't know you, can you start with introducing yourself, where you live, where you're from, and a little bit more about you?
Okay, sure. My name is Sue Downs. I live in Simcoe, born and raised here. And I work for the Simcoe Reformer newspaper and started there way back in 1988. So, and loved my job, loved Norfolk County, and was really pleased that Emily asked me to be part of this. I think.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Great. So, as always, Sue, I ask a guest to pick a location so we can explore it and discover a hidden gem in Norfolk County. And this one is a little bit different. So, tell me where we are and why you brought me here.
So, we're at Norfolk County Fair. We're at the bottom of the Junior Farmers Building and here.
So, why do you pick the fair? What's so special about the fair to you?
I think for myself, Norfolk County Fair is like one of the largest events that happen in Norfolk County every year. It's always been near and dear to my heart. Like I think so many childhood memories. It's all about tradition. For us growing up, at my age, I've only missed one fair in all of my years, and that was when I was in Timmins. So I just love the fact that you can come to the fair. There's so much excitement. There's always lots of things to see and do. Like family would come home during Thanksgiving weekend, and I think that still happens today, right? Like it's all about tradition and all about community, which I feel like I'm pretty passionate about.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you a little bit more about your passion. I see you a lot being involved in the community and supporting local businesses, and it seems like it's really important to you and close to your heart.
I like to promote local as much as possible. So whenever we go out for dinner, a lot of people go, do you ever stay home? Because you'll constantly see posts on social media, on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's like, you know, we're at the Barrel, we're doing this, we're at Long Point Eco Adventure, we're, you know.
It's so good that you're taking the time to promote those local businesses and support. And I remember when I started my business, you were one of the big supporter of sharing what I was doing. And I know a lot of people have felt the love that you give to entrepreneurs. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome, but it does make you feel good. And it is important. I feel that, you know, if we can, you know, support each other as much as possible, like it's again, it's all about giving back.
So Norfolk County and specifically Simcoe has changed quite a lot. We are moving in a different direction in our county. So from you like growing up in Simcoe and in the downtown and what's happening around now, like What's the highlights for you?
Okay, well, the highlight growing up was always, going downtown on the weekend. People that are watching this that are my age would remember you used to be able to go to the Tartan restaurant and Woolworths and different places down there. But I think a lot of the exciting thing that I see now is a lot of the collaborations that are happening within Norfolk County. And one that stands out is, Burning Kiln and then Long Point Eco. And then along came, my buddy Dusty and the guys from Hometown Brew. And then now Joy Cafe out there. So it's really cool to see a lot of the business people working with each other and stuff like that too. So that sort of stuff.
You don't have to go too far. You show up there and everything that you love is right there.
It's like a lot of renewed, it just seems like a lot of positive things are happening within our community, and it's really good to see.
So I know you have a pretty high-stress job, so maybe tell me a little bit more about what you do to relax, calm down, and look after yourself.
Okay, well, I do like to garden. I find that, if you're kind of stressful and it's a stressful day, you get out there and take it out on all the weeds in your garden. I also like to, walk along the trail from Davis Street and then head out along the 14th or whatever. And you can, it's heading right towards Waterford, so you can actually walk from there right into Waterford. I've got a dog that keeps me pretty busy, and then a group of really good friends that we are going out with each other all the time and stuff like that.
I know you have a lot of favorite spots in Norfolk, so we already named a few, but if you have a day off and you want to explore Norfolk County, is there one specific place that you actually love to visit that you feel just at home?
I would say for myself, it depends on the day. So if it's just something that I want to go and do a walk or whatever, it would be my trail on the 14th, because it is kind of private. There's not, you do run into a lot of the same people and stuff like that. I also like going down to Dover, and I'll sit at the cafe and kind of look around there.
You can watch a little bit?
Yeah, that sort of stuff, and then even take off and go to the pier. Actually, my mom has a bench there for my grandfather, who was a fisherman down in Port Dover as well too. So it's kind of nice.
Memorial benches.
Yeah.
Cool. It sounds like pretty much everything you need is right here.
Why should I go out of town? Why do I need to go out of town? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that right in Norfolk that we need to use. Yeah.
I'd love to hear your passion for Norfolk and how well you support the local businesses, and just, I see you at fundraiser and you're always involved in your group of friends and supporting whatever is happening in the county. So we need more of you, Sue, in Norfolk. So thank you so much for joining me today and having this little chat. I'd love to get to know you better and hear more about your passions.
Well, thanks very much for allowing me the opportunity. It was great. Thank you.
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
Great.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee?
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS grad growing up. From 0 to 18, I lived in Simcoe. And then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough, or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it, a bunch of different experiences. And when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to go know more about you today, and I'm going to have you asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place, not only for the food, although in my new machination, I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have one crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship. And I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about, like you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or?
Well, I like joy spreading, and the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give them the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and like that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, like, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, like what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shores while they still exist.
Yes, Port Mercy's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
are you a beach guy, or?
Not in the summer, I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy. Okay. You know what I mean? Yep. The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always like hugely special as a kid, I spend a lot of time at the Simcoe Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming, and so I'm going to play coming up that I'm doing. And
you don't seem to have too much downtime, like you seem to keep pretty busy.
Keeps me out of the housework, that's for sure.
He's
all busy making some ass right now, sewing,
Yeah.
And so.
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or? People, are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk? And see what
and you know what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. He said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26 nights. Both, but you make, as a musician, you make way more at a house concert and play more concerty, less with people listening. No. People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as much as you need the money. And many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talent Time and his brother here that'll play for you, and so that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount of money. And there are a lot of places in town here. The 211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a whack of music, and it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life, yeah. I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the C, F, and G chords, and I never had a lesson after that.
You just learned on your own?
I just learned on my own. Guitar has, and stringed instruments often have tablature. Yep. Especially ones that have frets, so it's a grid really, so they can it's easy on notation to put a number 1 on a 1, you're in the first, so it's an easier system. But what happened was I was working in the teachers union. I had been seconded out of teaching for a couple of years. The head of music was leaving to become a minister, and he said, Dan, can you teach kids how to play guitar? And I said, absolutely. And I said, now Larry, I don't read music, right? You don't? And I said, no, but I'll buy tablature. So at any rate, made it work. And down the road it was funny because Jimmy Boskill, who was a wizard player, doesn't read music either. He had auditioned for this art school, and I was sitting, they weren't going to let him in because he didn't read music. And I said, I should let you folks know, as you know, I don't read music, and I said, if you're not letting this kid into the program, give me 2 weeks notice, because I'm not gonna be the guitar teacher that wouldn't take him in. So you gotta keep it moving.
Is that one of your favorite instruments? Like,
Yeah, this is, it's a Latin instrument. It comes from like the Andes, so Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile. It's usually used in like, but then I found, being sort of a folky dokey player too, it's like a good bluegrass instrument too, and it's like in the day and age of cutbacks, when the bluegrass bands start firing the banjo player and the mandolin player, you get both with one.
show up with this one, you're good. You're good at drumming gig.
That's right.
Perfect.
And this is a charango, and it is higher up. So I started with one of these. And then I'm a big fella, so it's, you know, and you don't need a strap that sticks right in your belly button. Like, you couldn't peel that off with a crowbar.
All right, so you do some improv.
I do. So, like, give me a title to a song never before written. It can be anything.
Let's go with the Bikini Crepe, I guess.
Bikini Crepe?
We're here, the Crepe House.
Well, it's more appropriate on a day like today to not sing about martini. So let's think while we're in the land of sand about a crepe martini. No pina colada beside you now. No way, it's done somehow. Here comes the customer now. He's probably gonna order the crepe bikini. Now the thing about the bikini crepe, it's teeny weeny. It's how they make it. I'm not sure if it's a Speedo sauce, but it's nice all the same. Ah, it's teeny weeny, but it's my favorite, that old crepe bikini. Yes, sirree, I think he's making me one now. And it might be true that you can't wait for your bikini crepe, but that's okay. Got time on my hands. Right on.
All right, cheers, Dan.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining me. Have a coffee. That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Right on.
Love it.
Good. Thank you very much. Great.
You're welcome.
See you later. Thanks, Drew.
Great,
guys. No, it's not possible. No, I cannot tell you what to say. But
What if there was a place just outside the hustle and bustle, where the beauty of nature was right at your doorstep, inviting you to join in the fun?
Good job, guys. Got it.
What if there was a place where the landscapes were as diverse as the bounty they produced? And the term field fresh was more than just a marketing ploy. It was a way of life. What if there was a place where history and heritage shared the stage with technology and innovation, and success happened without much fanfare, on back roads, nurtured by wise and hardworking people? What if there was a place as lush as an ancient garden that was, for centuries, a place to explore, live, and play? A place of promises and hope. A landscape filled with possibility. And what if this wasn't just a place to escape to, but a place you could settle into? What would you call such a place? Well, we call it Norfolk County.
I am Tom Pursley. I work at Titan Trailers. I manage the shop and design, build, program robot cells on the floor to hand off to operators to build trailer components and assemblies. I knew I always wanted to work with my hands growing up as a kid. I never wanted to be stuck behind an office doing paperwork for the rest of my life, and it really interests me to build something and see the final result when you're done.
My name's Angela Simon and I work for Annex Business Media. We are a trade magazine publisher. We produce 65 trade magazines for a diverse industries, so everything from aviation to firefighting to design engineering, manure. We have a very diverse set of magazines that we produce. I'm the production manager and I oversee the creative department in 2 divisions in Simcoe and in Toronto. We have 14 designers that lay out and design the magazines. When I started in this industry probably 26 years ago, everything was hand done. Now everything's so automated, done on the computers, and that's probably been the biggest change for me.
My name's Phil Wiersma and I work for Rasson Services. We're an industrial contracting company, so we do some custom fabrication and mechanical and electrical installations and repairs. We've built large pump skids for the oil sands out west. We've done some major factory overhauls and expansions. We do some fairly large jobs for a fairly small company. I've always liked to take things apart and put them back together, and so this is just another stepping stone.
My name is John Brock Picard. I'm 20 years old and I work at Ramblin' Road Brewery Farm. Here we make 8 different kinds of Ferris Extreme kettle chips.
It's all on one line. The potatoes come in from the farm and we put them in through the hopper. They get cleaned and they go through a grading table where I inspect them and cut off all the rotten spots, pick out the bad ones. And then they go through up to the cutter. They're cut into kettle chip size and they're fried and salted. I guess the best part about my job would be the sampling. When the fresh potato chips come off the line, nothing beats them. I think young people should be strongly considering a career in manufacturing. Skilled trades, there's always going to be a large demand for that, and they're high-paying jobs. The actual job is getting better as the new technologies come into play.
The skills you need to do my job would be definitely graphic design, computer skill. If you have any kind of video or inclination to do video or any of that kind of stuff, or web design, that's also a huge asset for what we do.
I would say if you like to take things apart and put things back together, or build things from scratch, or if you have even a creative mind, manufacturing is a good way to go.
Ride Norfolk is making it easier to get around Norfolk County. You can now book your ride by downloading the free Blaze Transit app on Google Play or the App Store on your iPhone. To get started, create an account and select Ride Norfolk as the transit operator. Select your location and your departure or arrival time. Make sure to check the schedule beforehand so your trip will be accepted. Trips can be booked 45 minutes to 7 days in advance. Pay for your trip using debit or credit in the Blaze Transit app. You can also book online at ride.blazetransit.com or by contacting Ride Norfolk customer service. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/Ride Norfolk app or call our office at 519-428-3178. Ride Norfolk is going your way.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have quorum, so let's close out the special council and then we'll open up public hearings. I'm looking for a motion, a mover and a seconder to reconvene in open session at 3:14 p.m. Moved by Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Michele. All in favor? Carried. And the following matters were addressed in closed session, which was item 4.1, CAO verbal update negotiations Port Dover pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. With regards to E, section E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. And with that, I will pass it over to the clerk to comment on direction.
Mayor Martin, in closed session, the recommendation coming out is that report CAO 23-C23 be received for information and that staff proceed as directed.
Do you want to move her in a sec again? Okay, mover, moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried, thank you. And a confirming bylaw, mover and a seconder for the following motion that we approve bylaw 2023-42 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council. Moved by Councillor Breton, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch. All in favor? Carried. And lastly, a motion to adjourn at 3:15 p.m. moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Duffy. All in favor? Perfect. Okay, welcome all members and guests to the June 6, 2023 Public Hearing Committee meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and I would ask you to please ensure your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams hand raise icon feature to be called upon and remove it after you're finished speaking. And with that, I now call the Public Hearing Committee meeting to order. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, and the amendment is just our structure. Genevieve? The amendment to the agenda is just the order. There's nothing new to add. Okay, mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? Carried. Now officially open the public meeting held under the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and county policies. Please be advised that to preserve your right to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, you are required to make a comment or provide a written submission prior to the passing of a bylaw. So anyone here in attendance today, if you have not already submitted something in writing to our planning department or you're not planning on speaking today, if any decision, future decision is made, it won't be made today. Any future decision that is made, if you wish to appeal it, you must be on the public record, either by way of speaking here today or a written letter to our planning department, okay? These meetings are to allow the public to provide initial comments on presented planning matters. If you wish to speak to any of the items on the agenda, please ensure you've provided your contact information on the sign-in sheets that's available with staff. If you have missed that, I will open it up for general discussion and give you a final opportunity if you didn't sign in when you came. With that, we're going to start off our meeting today with item 4.1, which is CD 23046, the County Initiated Zoning Amendment ZNPL 2023-090, Port Rowan. And Mr. Sloan, I will pass it over to you.
Good afternoon, and through the chair, the first item before you today is a public hearing information report on a county-initiated zoning amendment for the water serviceable area of the Port Rowan Water Treatment Facility. And that includes Port Rowan, St. Williams, Booths Harbor, and some land in between. Next slide, please, if we can have the presentation up. Through review by the county's infrastructure staff, along with consultants, the water and the wastewater facilities and their existing and future capacity and considering the committed and pending development in the area has been under review for each of the communities in Norfolk. If I can get the presentation up, and then the next slide, which would be the third slide, please. For Port Rowan, it was identified through the servicing monitoring report to council last fall that Port Rowan has limited capacity to handle.
Sorry,
much more
Mr.
growth.
Sullivan, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
I don't think our clerk's department has a slide, so you're free to carry on, but if you want to have a staff member on the line, forward it along to them, we'll get it up on the screen. Council members have it, but on the screen.
Sure. For those paying attention that do have the agenda, we're moving on to page 8 of the revised agenda. So for Port Rowan, it was identified in the servicing monitoring report that was presented to council last fall that Port Rowan has limited capacity to handle much more growth. Through our E&IS division, capital project is already underway on design improvements for the Port Rowan water treatment facility that will result in additional servicing capacity becoming available. The construction is expected to commence in 2024. There are some developments that have received approvals and they can receive committed capacity. However, given the potential for more development in the area that's under current applications, under the current zoning, along with increased pre-consultations that we have in the area, it is appropriate to ensure that a holding provision is placed on the zoning of the area until such time as the infrastructure is available for more development. At the same time, the county is proposing to shift some of the water hauling that occurs through Port Rowan to other destinations to ensure there's safe and available capacity for the existing land area within Port Rowan till such time as the infrastructure work is completed. Utilizing the holding provision tool is not something that we take lightly. Over the past 6+ months since that servicing monitoring report, there's been additional review, additional consideration. The Ontario Planning Act and the Norfolk Official Plan do allow for and provide some direction that a holding provision could be used in these circumstances where an infrastructure project is required and is pending in order to accommodate future development. So moving on to the next page of the report, Appendix A to the report, which is page 9 of the agenda, and it's coming up on screen. Thank you very kindly. And so that would be the slide that starts with county initiated proposal and has a map A on it. Excellent, that is the slide. Thank you kindly. So the limited servicing capacity that is available in the area is proposed to be utilized for committed development, such as we have the first phase of a townhouse development that has received approval through the Ontario Land Tribunal for their site plan. Or an example is the next serviced phase, phase 5 of a subdivision that's about to be registered. There are a few building permits that are currently underway or in process, along with retaining some capacity for existing property owners should they wish to add an additional dwelling unit or do an expansion or renovation on their property that they have, as long as there's no water service being added. It just may result in some additional bit of water capacity being used. So using the holding provision does not necessarily mean that development applications are on hold. This is a little different than the interim control bylaw approach that was used in Port Dover several years ago. So an application could still be submitted in the area. It could go through the review process. And if it's determined that there is capacity once the infrastructure works are completed, the application could continue to be processed, work through that as the infrastructure work is happening. But of course, it would be subject to the holding provision. So it could not proceed all the way to a building permit. So there's a draft proposed bylaw that's attached to the report that kind of outlines a number of these scenarios as to what would be on hold and what could proceed or continue. Once the infrastructure works are complete and capacity can be allocated, With the assurance of our environmental and infrastructure services team, the director of planning can lift the holding provision and provide the notification thereof. So in other words, all the property owners in the area do not have to go and submit their own applications to lift the holding provision. This is the county initiated holding provision, and then the county would initiate lifting of it, and we would evaluate any special circumstances that may come up in between. Next slide, please. So far, we have received 5 comments by the report date that were included in the report package, and there are 2 new ones that came in yesterday that were received and have been circulated. So there's a range of questions, there's a range of comments have been identified, including some technical comments and questions on the calculation of the capacity, the amount of water hauling that occurs in the area, and the need and the mechanics for the holding provision, what it applies to, how it would be lifted, and the options. Any of the items that have been received to date, including these new comments, anything that we hear today will be reviewed by staff, responses prepared, and considered in the upcoming recommendation report. Next slide, please. So to summarize and conclude, the recommendation before you today is to receive the report for information and consider the public comments in the recommendation report. So with that, myself and we have our engineering and EIS staff are available for any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Sloan. Questions from council to staff? Seeing none, so to clarify, permitted uses include additions, expansions where no new connection is required, and replacement of uses.
To the chair, that's correct. There is a small little bit of capacity, and we realize that some landowners might be looking at an expansion project on their property, or there may be the instance that perhaps a business, an existing use, existing business, existing house even rebuilds, and that may be permissible.
Okay, and so this will be taken under consideration by staff. Holding provisions will be applied when we have council meetings and we adopt or approve a development, and then when staff deems it appropriate, you through the CBO will remove a holding provision.
Through the chair, so that it is clear, the next step would be the county would bring forward a recommendation report with a zoning bylaw that we would apply the holding provision to all of these properties now.
Mm-hmm.
And then as we get confirmation from EIS that there's capacity, either for limited capacity that comes on stream for some lands, or that infrastructure's work is done, then through our minor zoning amendment process, the director of planning can remove the holding provision and provide a notice.
Director of planning, I apologize, not CBO. Okay, and then 2024, we're doing work at the plant. Can you elaborate what that means and what that will, how that will impact this bylaw?
Sure, to the chair. So my understanding is we are in the design phase right now, and that would be followed by the construction phase. So there's still completion of the design, doing the construction, doing the tender. The project may take a couple of years to finish. The specifics and the details, if we want to get into the technical engineering, I would not be the expert, but we do have folks online if we want a little bit about that. But that's essentially the work program right now. And council will hear about it more as we go to the construction phase.
However, the intent of the work is to bring on additional capacity that's going to impact the holding provision, remove it, not require this bylaw. That's, I guess, what I'm driving at.
To the chair, that is essentially the case, that we need to complete this infrastructure work. And then as soon as it's done, we can lift the holding, we can proceed with more development. It's a cautionary scenario right now so that we do not get into a case like we previously have been in other communities in the area.
Right. So if councils of the day had had this warning prior to other communities, then there wouldn't be moratoriums because we would be prepared at holding provisions and planned capital works.
Through the chair, I would say that this would be an appropriate and necessary step to take so that we are following the appropriate procedures as it relates to development and ensuring there's capacity for development.
And furthermore, there's no politicizing capacity. This is done solely through the planning department, went with review from engineering and so on.
To the chair, there is a council approved servicing allocation policy.
Yes.
In Port Rowan, to be honest, in this serviceable area, there are only a few existing pending or committed developments. There's not too many right now. There are a few, and we have utilized the policy with NIS and planning staff. Have been working closely on these type of items over the last several years and on this item. So that has resulted in the list that is in the draft bylaw. As to the ones that I noted about, there's a certain plan that has an OLT approval, and there's a certain plan that has registration, and those items that are committed.
Councillor Van Andrieschi, followed by Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just want to make it clear the existing uses can continue. Say, for instance, a person has a property, their house is there, or their business, they can expand or whatever, because as long as no new water capacity is correct.
Through the chair, that's essentially the case here, is that we wanted to ensure that existing uses can continue, and there is a little bit of wiggle room that we have built into this because there is like a small little bit of capacity. So if somebody has a house and they want to rebuild that house and maybe do it as an addition, and maybe there's an additional dwelling unit, like a secondary additional dwelling unit, we're reserving some capacity for that. If someone has, say, a restaurant or a retail store and they want to do a little expansion or addition, as long as they're not adding a new service connection, and we'll look at the water flows that are proposed to see if it's for sure within that reserved capacity, that those type of items can still continue. So it's not like an entire freeze on development.
And one more question, Madam Chair. The bulk, yes, oh, thank you. The bulk water use, it's there in, say, for instance, Port Rowan, can that continue?
Through the chair, what we've looked at is that we ideally, during the infrastructure work that's happening in these next couple of years, if we can have the water hauling that is going to and from outside of Port Rowan come from another destination that has a surplus capacity of water, this area has a deficit, perhaps, to come from an area that has a surplus. It is a bit of a disruption. It is a temporary item, but to ensure that we have some water for Port Rowan. Unfortunately, just the amount of water hauling doesn't equal the total quantum of what we would need for the available capacity for all of the developments in the Port Rowan area, but it does give us a little bit that we could allow a few of these to proceed.
I apologize, before I go to Councillor Michelle, there is a deficit.
Through the chair, the deficit is when you add the committed development and the pending development, but there is enough capacity for the committed, which is like that one development that I mentioned.
So similarly to Port Dover, are we concerned about if there's a fire, if there's heavy lawn watering, if there's lots of car washing all in one day? Are we at that point of a concern? Or once we remove water haulage capacity, does that create enough of a buffer?
Through the chair, my understanding is we are not at that level where there would be too significant of a concern in a fire instance, or that it would trigger the need for the chief building official to have an actual moratorium on building permits. But having the water hauling shifted and seeing what we can do does help in the instance that there's, let's say, a worst case scenario that everybody is using water at the same time and there's a fire. And I would still encourage everyone to employ water conservation techniques.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to staff for further clarity. So I understand and so everyone understands the distinction between a moratorium, as we've had previously, and a holding provision in this case. Am I correct that applicants may complete their paperwork, get all of their parts of the process necessary for any future development? They can have all of that go forward, and as soon as the infrastructure is physically capable of providing the water, they can proceed?
Through the chair, I would say essentially that is the case. It is different. I would not use the word moratorium in this case. It is a holding to ensure that while we're doing the infrastructure, that we are managing the possible development that could occur. And that is the case. Someone could submit a development application, go through the review process, look at the studies, and our infrastructure staff would just really need to review and have a comfort level that what's proposed would not put it plus other possible developments in the area that may come beyond the level of what the capacity that will be available once the infrastructure is done, and then it can proceed down the line to a certain point.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. I think that will make some members of the development community and all those private individuals with plans somewhat happy. Thank you.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is maybe, I'm not sure if Brandon or Andrew can answer this, but I know there was a problem with the water line from Port Rowan to St. Williams. Has that been corrected totally now, or is there still work to do on that?
Through the chair, I believe that it's been corrected. I know Mike is on the line as part of our capital program. Mike, can you confirm if that has been completed?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we did phase 1 of the water main rehabilitation and actual replacement in, I believe, 2021. And the second phase is in the capital program to go to St. Williams in 2024.
So when we, I'm looking at the WSP report where it talks about the, I think it's 1,700 cubic meters per day for Port Rowan, and then has a capacity for 3,000 cubic meters. Does that take in St. Williams? That's included in that per day volume, I assume, is it? Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes, you are correct. Once we do the upgrades at the plant, we will be at a firm capacity of around 3,000 per day.
Thank you.
Councillor Fantastic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we discovered lately was that about a third of the water out of Port Rowan just leaks out through the pipes, and we've got staff working on fixing that. So as we gradually plug those leaks, will that sort of amount just be re-added into that little bit of reserve so you can continue on doing those little jobs?
So through the chair, yes, that is the plan. So you are correct. We do have a fairly leaky system at Port Rowan. We have retained our project manager of leak detection, and actually we're going into Hamilton in a couple of weeks to play with the technology they've implemented. So we're optimistic. Start our work in Port Rowan, we will find something, and when we fix it, that will just add capacity that we can use. We keep it as a buffer, or if we find something substantial, we can certainly proceed with certain applications if deemed appropriate by staff.
Okay, seeing no further hands, thank you, staff, for that. We do have 2 registered speakers for this item, so we're going to start with Mr. Valley. And staff has a presentation, if they can pull that up. Mr. Valley, you have 5 minutes. I can let you know when you have a minute remaining and whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mayor Martin. I just want to say I'm quite encouraged by some of the things I heard Mr. Sloan say today. So that does address some of the concerns that we have had. We do note that what we understand, and I think there was a little confusion, is that this is a freeze. This bylaw will put a hold on all of Port Rowan, not just on specific applications as they come forward. It was the whole community would have a hold on it. I just want to make sure that's clarified. Could I have the next slide, please? Mr. Sloan did refer to a property in Port Rowan that had a challenge through the Ontario Land Tribunal. I just want to talk to you about that for a little bit. So in January 2020, one of our clients came here, applied for a rezoning. Council questioned water capacity. The application was deferred until staff could confirm that. Staff came back and said, yes, there's water capacity. The zoning was approved. Then later, the application for site plan was filed. Norfolk at the time said, sorry, we have no water capacity. Despite what what staff had said at the zoning stage. And of course, that led to an Ontario Land Tribunal appeal, which at the end of the day, was agreed to allow 32 townhouses to go forward with that project. And Mr. Sloan just referred to that. What that shows us is there's always been a little bit of a struggle here in Port Rowan is to figure out what we actually have for capacity. It's been a little bit of a moving target, and that's where our concern basis is. If I could have the next slide. Your integrated sustainable master plan from 2016 actually talks to this a little bit. On page 26, it says that the usage, the daily usage in Port Rowan is slightly inflated because it's including backwash numbers and it's including other things, and that this needs to be addressed, and these numbers should not be in the daily consumption numbers, and that we should be doing some monitoring on that. Those should be backed out. That would create additional capacity for development and so on. The last in red there, this will provide a more realistic understanding of the water consumption in these communities. I don't know if that's happened. Perhaps it has. I don't know. But again, this is where we're concerned that we don't really have definitive numbers on that. And if you don't know the actual use that the community is using, that's the basis block, of course, for all your calculations. If you could have the next slide, please. In the report, Port Rowan has the highest community demand. We're talking about the highest number of cubic meters per person of any community in Norfolk County. We don't know why that is. That's just out of the ISMP. Maybe that's because of this backwash. We don't know. If those use numbers were similar to Simcoe, Delhi, Waterford, I don't think we'd be standing here. So we're wondering why that is, and maybe those numbers are right, maybe they're not, but we just think there's some uncertainty. So if we can have the next slide, we think that we need to have a good hard look at what those actual community demands are, at what the maximum day is. So this maximum day you hear about is you take the average day, the typical day, you apply a factor, you will factor that up to come up with the maximum day. We're not sure if that factor is correct. And of course, the last thing is the firm capacity. You heard Mike King talk about that. That firm capacity is this scenario where you consider your plant with the largest pump, the largest piece of infrastructure out of service. And that creates the condition that you look at. So I think we should just maybe have a quick look at all that. If I could have the next slide. Of course, there's the criteria for analysis and risk. So what we're talking about here is the worst possible day you can imagine. And Mayor Martin, you alluded to this. What we're talking about here is the largest pump is down. It's either broken, it's for repair or whatever. It's not working. The largest one is not working. Yet the same day, you have that largest day. Everybody's washing their car, everybody's watering their grass. That happens, and you have a fire. All in this, all those three things, it's the worst possible day. They all happen at the same time. From what we see in the numbers, your system can handle that. Where it struggles is if you have that worst possible day multiple times back to back. So we need to look at what is that criteria and what is the standard that we're looking for. If we could have the next slide, please. Actually, go 2 slides. I'll skip that one. So what is our ask? We're not suggesting there's anything wrong that what's been done. We're not suggesting that staff is going down an incorrect path. We think it's important that you protect the water supply here. And we think, perhaps even the holding provision is appropriate. But we do think that we should be looking a little harder at these numbers and make sure that we have the numbers right so that perhaps those could be lifted earlier, or there would be more of a slush fund available, and we could look at these things. Norfolk definitely needs to proceed with the upgrades you're doing at the plant. That's a must. That's got to happen. What we're wondering is if is there more room for some of these small developments to occur in the meantime than maybe the numbers that staff has from these older reports. Is this matter as urgent as the staff thinks it is? Maybe it is. I don't know that. We don't have those reports that they have. But I really think that instead of saying, well, this report from 2016 said this one, and this from 2021 said this, and the numbers don't quite agree. So, why don't we hire someone just to look at just the Port Rowan water supply, not rely on those old numbers, come up with their own numbers and really evaluate exactly what we've got in that slush fund, if you will, and see what we have. If I could have the next slide, please.
Running out of time here, Mr. Valley.
Okay, our quick ask then is just please don't slam the door on development. I'm hearing Mr. Sloan say you're still going to process our applications. That's great. We're going to hold him to that, of course, and make room to approve stuff. We've got one in front of a pre-con coming up shortly where we have a very interesting development, innovative solutions to address water. Let's make sure there's a path forward that you guys can approve those kind of developments. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Valley? Okay, seeing none, and staff, you're taking notes about some of these concerns and it can be documented in the follow-up staff report.
To the chair, yes, we have done updated information since the deputation's information was before you, 2021, 2022, 2023, including with outside consultants, but definitely the comments, submissions from the deputation, and they have a written submission now, will be reviewed, responded, and part of any recommendation report for council to consider.
Okay, so I'll stop repeating myself, but with this file and every other, after we receive a deputation, your comments will be recorded by staff and some type of response will be provided by way of a staff report that is public information at a later date. So I won't continue to ask staff that, but know when you come up and speak to us today with regards to any file that staff are listening and recording concerns and questions. We do have one second speaker today, Mr. Tim. No presentation on deck from staff. Whenever you're ready, you may begin. You have 5 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not as well prepared as Mr. Valley, of course. I don't represent a large company, a group of people, just my wife and myself. We purchased the property at 1096 Front Road in the summer of 2021. And at that time, we were assured that we'd be able to access the water line that crosses our property at the frontage of Front Road and all the way through, especially Miss Goodbrand. She's a former planner here in the county. Said as long as it was a single family house that we'd be able to access that water. So we proceeded in a number of ways. We had a meeting with the county staff. We deemed a couple of our properties together to make one property for be able to put a bigger house on it. We've gone through with all the design work, the engineering, the septic, everything. It's been submitted to county for a building permit. So of course, we're not in favor. We're hoping we could get an exemption from this bylaw so we can carry on with our plans to build the house this summer. We examined the possibility of having a well drilled. Local well driller told us that we'd likely be going 350 to 400 feet deep, and the chances were good we would hit gas and sulfur and very little potable water. So this could easily affect the construction mortgage as well. So we don't really know where to turn other than to ask for an exemption. It's a house for 4 people, 4 adults. Mother-in-law and father-in-law are elderly. They'd be living with us. Yeah, so we paid all our fees. We complied with everything the county asked us to do. But we were a bit concerned that we might not be able to access that water. I know there's a lot of greater interests than us here. We don't want to sound selfish, but we've worked hard at this and spent a lot of money to get where we are today, only to be told we might not be able to access water. So that's basically all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
You're not selfish at all. We're happy to have you here in Norfolk County. Just to clarify, Tim, before you walk away, there is no house on that property. Would be a new build.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
all been totally surveyed. All the engineering's done. Everything is done. We're just ready for the permit. That's it.
Thank you for coming. All right, and as I stated earlier, if anyone has not registered to speak for this item, is there anyone here in council chambers that wishes to speak to this report? Come on up. Just state your name for the public record, if you don't mind. You have 5 minutes and I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Sorry, just give that button.
Hi, my name is David Govese, and I'm a partner in a parcel of land in Port Rowan, which can accommodate about 100 residential lots. And it's got development zoning already. And we've had a pre-consult about 2 years ago from my previous owners. So I just want to confirm if we have to get an application as soon as possible to ensure that we are part of the upgrade. And will the capacity upgrade accommodate the increase of the unknown development or to be development?
Okay, and I'm sure that staff have your information, but I would recommend that maybe you shoot our director of the planning department, Trisha Gibbons, an email with all of your contact info and the address. If you've done, excuse me, your pre-con, they should have some information on file. They can look at that when they get into the office and touch base with you.
Okay, like I said, the pre-con was done by the previous owners, and we're not necessarily going to follow that the site plan.
So without knowing anything about your file, I would say the general assumption is if there's not a planning application in, there's no consideration for capacity. You're not holding a spot in the queue, but we've got your information. If you wouldn't mind just following up, if you email any one of us, myself included, I can send you to our director of the planning department and get the ball rolling on where that is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Come on up. You wouldn't mind stating your name for the public record, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's John Weeb and I'm with Ducks Landing in Port Rowan. And we made a written submission already. There seemed to be uncertainty whether we would be deemed as existing in the circulation that was provided a couple months ago. And from the comments that I understood from Mr. Sloan today, it seems like phase 5 of our subdivision will be allowed. I'm looking for confirmation of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming. I'm not going to put staff on the spot right now, but if you wouldn't mind, I see them nodding their heads. They've got your comments on the record, but I would highly recommend that you follow up to them in writing after today's meeting so that they remember to get back to you. You want to comment? Sure.
Sure, just very briefly through the chair. So for the deputations today for 1096 Front Road, we have been in correspondence, and that is in the building permit phase and in the draft proposed bylaw. It's on the second page that one single detached dwelling would be permitted for 1096 Front Road. Then the deputation phase 5 of that subdivision that has been serviced and is in the process of registering. 13 single detached dwellings are proposed to be able to proceed as part of the committed capacity.
Great news. Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers who wishes to speak to this Port Rowan file? Okay, come on up. State your name for the record. And with that, I'm going to put everyone on the line on notice. If there was anyone on the line who wishes to speak on the public record with regards to this file, I'll be calling on you next. Just go ahead and hit that button on that microphone for me, please, and state your name.
We'll talk. Hi, my name is Debbie Scott, and we own property at Booth Harbor. I've had it for 44 years now. Am I going to be able to get water rights to that property after all this infrastructure is done?
I can answer that for you. I'm not sure what you mean by water rights.
Well, I haven't got no water. It's an empty lot. And if I'd like to sell it.
Oh, so all of the capacity allocations are calculated after a submission is made to our planning department. We don't presume how much development may come in the future. So without you having an application in, our staff are not planning on putting you into the capacity.
Okay.
It's not to say that it won't happen. It just depends on if we bring more capacity online and more development comes before you.
Okay. I was just thinking for the future.
Yeah. It's just all pending numbers that we know of that we can calculate for with certainty. So at this point in time, your property would not be put into any capacity allocation calculations, but it's not to say that you can't. It just depends on if a big subdivision gets in the queue before you and then chews up all of the capacity again.
Great. Okay.
Thanks for coming today. I hope that helps. Last call for anyone in council chambers that wishes to come forward. Come on up.
Is it still on? Yeah. My name's Martha Young. I live at 21 Bayview Avenue in Booth Harbor. The meeting agenda was about water supply to Port Rowan, St. Williams, and Booth Harbor. Right now, my water pressure and all of my neighbors' water pressure is down to a trickle, to the point where you have to shower before 6 in the morning or after 9:30 at night. and it's gradually getting worse. And like to the point where the last month, my toilet doesn't flush between 7 a.m. and 9 at night. And so I've heard about the new water main being repaired and infrastructure going in for 2024 to St. Williams. Is that going to include infrastructure going into Booth Harbor? That's my question.
Are you on the private water? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if the municipality is, because Booth Harbor was included in St. Williams Booth Harbor, and nobody's mentioned whether we're going to be connected to the municipality.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a
Water?
comment from staff as to why Booth's Harbor is considered in the allocation area.
Yeah.
But to my understanding, no, you're on a private, not a good answer, but you're on a private water system that we don't own the municipal assets to, so we don't provide oversight to it. We don't.
I just wondered when I saw about that it was on the agenda.
Yep.
And that the infrastructure was being changed and replaced and going all the way to St. Williams.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was in the works.
Yeah,
over
fair
the next
question.
couple of years.
I'll get staff to provide a comment here as to why it states Booth Harbor, but yeah, thank you for coming today.
Yeah, through the chair, my understanding is that the deputation, speaking of a private system that they are on, and I'll probably turn to our EIS staff to confirm of Booth's Harbor in terms of some of the properties within this catchment area. And the reason why I don't believe the infrastructure project for the Port Rowan water treatment facility does not involve extension of services to Booth's Harbor, but improvements at the plant. But perhaps we can just get the final confirmation through Mr. Grace's group.
Sure. So through the chair, your answer was correct here. It is a private system. So yes, we do have plans to complete the linear work there, phase 2, design in 24, construction later 24, early 25. That will replace the infrastructure that the county owns. That will be nothing to service to private residents. So that will remain a private system issue. Something that shouldn't be addressed, but it's not a county issue.
Thank you. Councilor Van Passen, then Mission.
Maybe the staff could clear it up a bit more. It is a private system in Booth Harbor, but the source of that water is purchased from the Port Rowan water plant. So the capacity of the water plant needs to provide the capacity for the private system that's in Booth Harbor.
Yes, good point. Although our upgrades will not address pressure, but yes, excellent point. Councilor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just to add to Councillor Van Passen's comment, I was going to mention that. And also, I understand that the owners of the private water system in Booth's Harbor are currently making some adjustments to try to improve that water pressure problem. I do know it is a contentious issue for many residents there, and I'm told that the owner of the system is making efforts to improve that whole system.
Okay, anyone on the line that wishes to come forward and speak about the Port Rowan report? Going once, going twice. Okay, thanks everyone for your input today. I'm looking for mover and a seconder to provide as directions provided in the agenda. I believe we're receiving as information. Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item 4.2, CD 23038 Geranium Delhi Golf Course, official plan and zoning amendment, draft plan of condominium and subdivision OP NPL 2023-036. We'll give everybody just a quick moment to clear out here, and then we'll pass it over to staff to begin. Thanks for coming today, everyone. There are a couple extra seats here, maybe 3 in the front. 1 at the back in that back row there, 2 over here. If we could get you to all kind of come in so it's less disruptive. For sure 2 here, 1 at the back, if you wouldn't mind. 1 under the 2, that's cozy. 2 under the TV. 1 more in the front row, right here. Councillor Van Passen will give up his seat. There's 1 there. 1 left. Highest bidder. If you wouldn't mind, then we're not shuffling around once we get started. We'd appreciate it. Can everybody hear okay today with the microphones? No, a little bit louder. Can council members just on the right side of your microphone roll that dial up? It's our microphone. And then IT staff in the back in the camera room, if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit of extra volume in the room today for everyone in council chambers. And speak into your mics nice and clearly. Got a full house. With that, I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Sloan and we can get started.
Greetings, and through you, we'll turn it over to our Director of Planning, Tricia Gibbons, who will do the introduction to the next item and development applications. And then I believe the applicant will be doing a presentation as well. So over to Tricia.
Thanks, Brandon. Hello to everybody. You can hear me okay?
We can, but I think the problem is that those microphones stay up on the ledge. The sensors can see the back of them, and so they're better if you leave it up on this ledge here. Please. Something about the sensor on the back. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Still confirming you can hear me okay? Yeah. Two microphones, is that better? Okay. Here we go, everybody. So this application is in relation to a proposal for the Delhi Golf Course. The address is 905 James Street and 76 Wilson Avenue in Delhi. The application has 4 components. The primary component is related to an official plan amendment to bring the subject lands into the urban area of Delhi. The other key components to the application include a zoning bylaw amendment, a draft plan of condominium, and a draft plan of subdivision. I would note that on Thursday, staff did receive a revised concept with a covering letter, but due to the timing and the date of the public hearing, this presentation reflects the formal submission. And I understand the proponents may be providing some of the updated design, but this presentation focuses on the application as circulated to members of the public and to staff. Next slide, please. So the subject site is approximately 55 hectares, which is about 137 acres, and fronts onto a number of different streets: James Street, Wilson Avenue, Tisdale Drive, and St. Michael's Street. And it's located, as we know, at the Delhi Golf Course Country Club, and also includes an additional residential dwelling unit that's on Wilson Avenue. It is south of the urban area of Delhi and north of the settlement area of Gilbertsville. And the surrounding land uses are a combination of agricultural lands, residential uses, and commercial uses. Just making sure everybody can still hear me. No, some challenges over there.
All the information you're sharing is in the public report that was published online as well. So if there's any confusion, reread our report, reach out to any council members and we can help clarify. Also, all of this is being recorded and it will be available on YouTube in about 24 hours. So if you miss any of it, you want to rewatch it, it's online.
And just give me a wave if you're having trouble hearing, and I'm a soft talker naturally, so okay. Okay, so next slide, please. So this slide gives an illustration of our official plan. So the picture to the left shows our official plan land use designation, and the picture to the right is the zoning bylaw. So the land use designations right now, the site is outside of the urban boundary, and it's a combination of agricultural, provincially significant wetland, parks and open space, and hazard lands. And the zoning is a combination of open space with special provision, and the special provision allows for the golf course, hazard land, and provincially significant wetlands. Slide, please. So this slide provides an illustration of the concept. Now, I did mention that on Thursday we did receive a revision, and I understand the consultants will provide you that revised, but this is what's on the record for now. So the primary proposal is expansion of the urban boundary and to change the land use designations to allow for the urban residential use, as well as some parks and open space. And then the zoning would be changed as well to allow for those residential uses and 3 different residential types. So 3 different density types, R2, R4, and R5, and with some open space, site-specific special provisions for the open space. So what we have formally on the record right now for the zoning amendment, the draft plan of condominium, and the draft plan of subdivision would include 240 single detached dwelling units, 166 semi-detached dwelling units, 108 common element condominiums, and 1 retirement home, which would hold about 150 rooms. Recognizing I know that number has been adjusted and decreased slightly, but to clarify, so the original application that was submitted would have included 664 residential units. That was revised on March 13th and increased to 874. And then this past Thursday, that number was reduced to 824 and also would include some land conveyances to increase buffering distances between existing condominiums and the proposed new condominiums. Slide, please. So this is a list of the technical reports that were submitted. They were originally submitted and then updated with the updated revision in March. And we understand that these studies will be further revised based on the changes that we received on Thursday. Slide, please. So all of the documents have been circulated. So part of the planning process is we circulate the submission to different staff departments and all of these agencies and receive comments on the proposal. So far we've received many comments. We did receive development engineering comments last week, which came after the report had already been uploaded. Those comments have been provided to the proponents, and it was an 18-page document of comments in relation to the engineering items. I also wanted to flag, they've been in contact with the Long Point Region Conservation Authority. Conservation Authority has requested some additional information, so their formal comments are pending as well. And noting we have not received comments at this time from the Ministry of Transportation. We did receive some comments from Six Nations of the Grand River and the Haudenosaunee Development Institute. Next slide, please. So in terms of some preliminary considerations, so the next steps for staff will be reviewing all of the information, reviewing the technical information, and some of the key considerations are listed here on this slide. The first one and the most important one is that this is a proposal to expand the urban boundary of Delhi. So looking at the overall preferred locations as part of Norfolk County's growth management study that is currently underway and reviewing it within the context of that project. Also reviewing the mixture of housing options included. This slide was created before the submission on Thursday, so referencing the 874 residential units. Reviewing and ensuring appropriate application of the environmental impact study in relation to the natural heritage features. We know this is a beautiful property and has some exceptional natural heritage features on the site. The other key component is in relation to servicing, so ensuring that there's appropriate servicing for the existing urban area and for the proposed expansion, and then in relation to transportation. So making sure we have all the appropriate comments and technical information to support the proposal. Next slide, please. So next steps. Today's an important day. Today is the public's day, so it's listening to what the public has to say. Staff will be collecting all of the information. We've been receiving all of your emails. What we've received to the date of the submission is included in the staff report. Anything that was received after that has been collected and shared with council and the clerk. And anything that comes after today, please send it to our department and will be collected. I've reviewed and read everybody's submission, every single one, and those will be included, and any key issues will be addressed in our next recommendation report. Staff are continuing to review all of the technical comments that we receive from agencies, and we'll be working with the proponents through that. And then ultimately coming back to council with a next report and potentially a recommendation report on the proposal. With that, staff has nothing further to present. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from council to staff? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Question, I guess, to you, to Trish. Trish, you mentioned that this development is outside the urban boundary. Could you tell me, and within the existing urban boundary, how much land, or what's the word I want? What availability is there for residential lots within the urban boundary? And that would include, I know we've dealt with a couple or 3 developments recently up there on, was it the, just off 59 and so forth. How do they all, what's the balance there, I guess is what I'm looking at. I do have another question once, if you can give me an idea on that.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair. So that was a core component of the work that we presented last month through our growth management study. So all of the mapping for each of the urban areas, through that process, we identified all of the current vacant greenfield sites, and that was rolled into the proposed growth for Norfolk, and identified where and how we'd be able to accommodate that growth. And in that presentation, it was identified, and in that volume 4 report, it was identified that based on the projections for Delhi, there was a deficiency in land availability for the projections allocated to Delhi. So a deficiency in available land for growth based on those draft projections. I don't know if Brandon wanted to add to that. I don't have the specific number. I don't have that in my head, but there is a deficiency. So based on the overall growth projections for Norfolk County, there's a deficit in land available for what we've projected in draft for Delhi. There's a deficiency in land that would accommodate the overall growth over the 30-year time horizon to 2051.
This council has endorsed more growth than we have land in the coming years. So an urban boundary expansion, regardless of where it goes, is a requirement based on our growth projections.
I'm not sure if that clarifies it for me, though. I'm still trying to get a handle on if this number of lots for the Delhi Golf Course lands, can that be accommodated within the urban boundary? Is that a fair question?
Through the chair, a fair answer to that question is yes.
Okay. And another, on the same note, the water capacity for the same number of lots, should they go into Delhi, would that eat up the I know Delhi has a surplus right now, and it's set in 13 or 1500 cubic meters per day. Does that, if that 800 or development went into Delhi, would that still leave us a surplus of water in Delhi?
Through the chair, if I may, that is what our engineering and our infrastructure staff are reviewing. So we do not have their comments on the file right now. The proponent has provided their consultant expertise and study on the matter, and staff are currently reviewing that in the context of, I would say, the existing development, of course, the existing lands within the urban area of Delhi and what capacity they may require. But also we're working on an interurban water supply system that would interconnect the communities as well. So there's a broader context. So I would say at this point in time, it's under review.
Okay, but I'm just looking at that WSP report where it does say there's the water is in a surplus, or the capacity has a surplus right now.
Through the chair, the servicing monitoring report from last fall that we referenced in the last file identifies that Delhi is well positioned currently with capacity and committed and pending developments. This is new since that time, and there may be other files new since that time. So it is continuing to be under review.
Okay, thank you.
A great question. But I, especially on a file this big with this many community members, I want to be very, very clear. It doesn't help us if we have land inside the urban boundary, and it doesn't help us if we have capacity inside the urban boundary unless there are applications to develop on those lands using that capacity. So it's a great question, and we definitely understand the sentiment from all of those emails that we should be filling in our lots. We get that, but council can only dictate development based on the applications that are in front of us, and this application happens to be from us. With that, any other questions to staff? Councilor Columbus, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my question to planner is with respect to, you received the application from Geranium on February 2nd, I believe, and you received the revised one on Thursday of this week. So it's 4 months gone by. And will you have to redistribute for comments from the various agencies that you initially had subscribed from on February 2nd?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we will have to recirculate all of the documents. So that would include the revised plan, and also any of the revised documents would be required to be recirculated.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council to staff? Okay. Reference my notes here. So we do have a presentation from the agent, Hugh Handy from GSP Group, and the applicant Cheryl, and other Geranium staff members. So you believe you're going to come up first? Okay, so we'll get staff to pull up your report, and I'm going to let you know when you're running out of time. Because you've registered as a presentation, you have 10 minutes to speak today. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Sorry, if you could just turn that microphone on. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cheryl Shindrick, and I'm Executive Vice President at Geranium. And I'm going to start the presentation this afternoon, and Mr. Handy is going to participate in it as well. We're not going to repeat the material that Ms. Gibbons presented. It was very comprehensive and fairly describes the applications. As she alluded to, we did file a modified plan last week, and I do want to spend a few minutes on that for the benefit of all here today. First of all, if you could advance the slide a couple, there's an outline of our agenda, and just want to tell you a little bit about us. We're new to Norfolk County. We are a fully integrated land development and home building company that was established in 1977. And our work encompasses master plan communities, greenfield and infill residential development, golf course redevelopment, and recreation-based resort developments. We are proud of our track record, having been voted by our peers Home Builder of the Year. We've won sustainability awards. We've been acknowledged as a Community of the Year recipient. We are very excited about the opportunity to bring our track record here to Norfolk County. If you go to the next slide, please. Here are a few of our projects. This is depicting Canterbury Commons, which is a golf course redevelopment in Port Perry. If you go to the next slide, brings us to Friday Harbor, which is a resource-based recreational resort development on Lake Simcoe. And if you wouldn't mind just streaming through the next few slides, please, you'll get a sense of what this project is all about. And what I want to focus on here is that we were recognized for the environmental excellence that was brought. If you could stop at that point, please. Thank you. The environmental excellence that was we were recognized for with the Friday Harbor development. There's an international organization in Brisbane, Australia, that provided that recognition. This development here, Allegro in Aurora, is another golf course redevelopment. And if you wouldn't mind going to the next couple of slides, you can see some of the housing that we are in the process of building there now. And that is another one, and that is another one. And then this brings me to our community involvement. Wherever we have the privilege of working, we make it a point to, it's our corporate social responsibility to reach out and contribute to the community in some way that is meaningful to that particular community. And to that end, we have engaged with the local Delhi Business Improvement Area. And we have also had began an engagement with the Delhi District Chamber of Commerce. And those discussions have been very productive, and we are very much looking forward to contributing in a way that is appropriate and meaningful for the community of Delhi. The next slide shows our team, and that is the entourage that made its way into the council chambers just a few minutes ago. So they are joining us here today and will be available to respond to questions as necessary. And of course, the list of technical reports that Ms. Gibbons referenced was prepared by this group of experts. The next slide is again a reiteration of those materials. And I do want to note that Ms. Gibbons noted they're waiting for comments from MTO. And just earlier today, we had a very positive discussion with MTO regarding improvements along James Street and at the intersection with Tisdale, and also with respect to the alignment of services in the MTO right-of-way. Our development proposal is intended to, of course, meet the need for attainable housing that is so critical across Ontario, support economic development, and generate funding for infrastructure needs elsewhere in the county. I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Handy, who is going to provide an overview of the policy.
That's perfect, and you're about halfway through your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugh Handy, and I'm a Vice President at GSP Group and also a professional land use planner. Today, we're going to give you some of the highlights. I'm could advance to the next slide. Following slide. Thank you. Some of what I'm going to discuss with you is based on a broader provincial initiative, More Homes Built Faster Act of 2022. That's a long-term strategy to increase housing supply, which this council will know about and provide attainable housing options. Norfolk County needs to accommodate some of this population across the province, and other municipalities are also requested to do so. The idea of some of the provincial policy that your staff will have been dealing with, as well as in other areas of the province, is streamlining settlement boundary expansions, streamlining the planning approval process, optimizing servicing systems and flexibility for servicing, as you discussed in your previous matter. The key is growth management strategy, which part of that is you're undergoing as part of the update to your official plan. And that's looking at optimizing all of those things while protecting the things that are important: agricultural land, resources, and conservation. Delhi is the only urban area that through our work is sufficient with water supply and wastewater to accommodate a significant growth into the future. Next slide, please. Your Watson report that was discussed earlier, and some of those options are what you are dealing with now as a council. There was 4 scenarios as part of that that looked at projecting higher growth rates of households. We, through that look of that study, looked at the 77 hectare shortage in Delhi to meet those demands. And that is not a maximum, but a minimum to try and address those expansion needs within your settlement area. What we believe as part of this application is an ideal location for that expansion, as no agricultural land will be impacted or taken out of production, and our technical reports that will be given a thorough review by your staff will hopefully look at that and justify that in the end. Cheryl, do you want to come back and highlight some of the, Cheryl and our part of our team has been meeting with residents and explain some of the changes.
Thanks, Hugh. And so your worship, through to you and all here. Since March to 27th, March to 27th, we had a community information meeting and we presented the plan that was described by Ms. Gibbons earlier. And since that time, we have been following up with resident groups, individual residents, with respect to the concerns that were articulated at that meeting. And so there was very good a series of discussions and meetings held on both May 17th and May 29th. And that included residents from St. Michael Street, from Viola Court, the Wilson Avenue condominiums, some individual residents. Sorry, I guess you can advance the slides. Forgive me. There we go. And even to the next one. Great, thank you. And so over the course of those discussions and listening to the concerns, we have, as you heard, provided a revised plan last week. The condo corporations that are our neighbors have their bylaws require a process around voting on matters that are put before them, and they have not had an opportunity to put the revised plan to a vote. However, on the basis of the very good faith discussions that we had, we have filed that application with the county as an indication of our commitment to those changes. I want to note as well that we have had a very good discussion with Matt Bowen, Mr. Bowen of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, with regard to the opportunity to provide nonprofit housing on the block that is set aside and labeled on the plan as retirement housing. But that, sorry, Cheryl, just under 1 minute left. Oh, my dear. Okay. And we've also talked with an operator of retirement and long-term care. We know we've been hearing that daycare is a very important need in the community, and so we would look at delivering daycare services on that site as well. I'm going to ask you to please skip through the next several slides until you get to a slide that says responding to built form questions. Okay, there we go. That's great, right there. So essentially what we have done on the plan, you know what I'm going to ask you to do is go right to the whole plan, the full plan, which is responding to community concerns. You get to go one more. There we go. Oh, one back. Thanks. Okay, so at the north end of the plan, what we have done there is we've changed the product form from 18-foot 3-story townhomes to 30-foot bungalow and bungalow loft units. And we've incorporated a buffer block that sits behind the existing townhomes and in between the proposed new townhomes, a 5-meter wide buffer block that would increase the separation distance between the existing and the proposed. We have removed units to allow for the expansion of the existing Fairview Heights Park, which was a specific request made of us. We have provided for a buffer block that would encircle all of the St. Michael Street residents. We learned that some of those homes have very shallow backyards, rear yards, and so the idea here is that this buffer block would be conveyed to the condo corporation to essentially extend the rear yard area. We've made changes to Street A, which is the small street that sits up against St. Michael Street, to provide product there that is more in keeping with the St. Michael Street units. and also a condo road like St. Michael's Street. We've dealt with some encroachments of our neighbor on Tisdale, and those, the changes to the plan reflect a solution in that regard. So that captures, I think, the high level changes to the plan in response to the community concerns. We've made an provided an opportunity for some of the open space wetlands to be conveyed to the condo corp adjacent to them, should that be desired by the members of that condominium corporation.
Okay,
Basically,
I'm gonna have to cut you off there just because we've got a full house today. So to provide a summary here of your changes, there is a 5-meter wide setback buffer block. You remove units to allow for, and I missed what you said you're allowing
the
for.
park, the expansion of Fairview Heights Park.
Sorry, Fairview Heights Park.
Yes.
I remember I gotta write it down. Changes to Street A. Buffer by St. Michael's Street residents, encroachment on Tisdale, and open space wetlands considerations. Summarizes the changes of the new application that has come forward last week.
Yes, and then the additional provisions for the block labeled as retirement housing for some combination of nonprofit, could be seniors, could be long-term care, could be daycare. We are talking to the people in the community who know what those needs are.
And is that the increase in numbers? Is it that long-term care unit?
No, that unit count has not changed. The unit count from the plan that was submitted in March to the plan today is reduction of 50 units.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, are there any questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And maybe you just rolled through them way too quick for me to catch, but could you go through those changes that you've adjusted over since you had the first public meetings and community meetings?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Van Passen.
A little slower than our mayor did.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So if, would it be possible to put the plan back up on the screen? Yeah. That's okay. I think the overall plan works. If
You know what, sorry, can we get that on slideshow, the presentation view, so we can zoom in or zoom in the bottom? I'd like to follow a couple of those streets.
There we go, right there. Yeah. So the north end of the property is on the left side of the screen. And there are a row of townhomes that front onto Wilson. And so behind those homes, we have shown on this version of the plan, scale is such that it's a little bit difficult to see, but there is a 5-meter buffer block in there. And it is proposed that that buffer block would be conveyed to the condo corporation for the units fronting onto Wilson.
So, Madam Chair, would it help to go back? There was a couple of slides that we went to the end that would show that greater detail.
Just before this slide, I think there is another slide. Yes, so you can see on the left-hand side was the previous version, the March version, and then on the right-hand side, you can see the May version, and that yellow area is the buffer block. And you can also see on that slide the removal of the units that are next to Fairview Heights Park. So on the right-hand side, there's a block, and that block is proposed as an expansion to the existing Fairview Heights Park, based on comments we received primarily from the residents on Viola. So that shows, and then of course the area was reconfigured, and the unit count was reduced from 129 to 72 and now to 66. 30-foot townhome units. And so I think there's another slide that focuses in on St. Michael's Street area. There we go. So the slide on the right shows there's a buffer block that essentially encircles the St. Michael Street homes. It varies in width from 3.2 meters to, is it 14? 12 meters. Thank you. And then the other commitment that we've made and that the residents of St. Michael Street still have yet to vote on, though, is landscaping at the entrance to the St. Michael's community. You can see that buffer block is probably its widest in that location. And there is a little bit of landscaping on the north side, and we would propose to enhance that and also provide similar landscaping on the south side.
So the St. Michael's Street development now is surrounded in a buffer, and it previously was not. And you've also committed to landscaping. However, that reduces the lot size that front on Street A.
Correct. So the street has been made to a condo street. So rather than a 20 meter right of way, it is the same as St. Michael Street, which I believe is 15 meter right of way. And so that's allowed us to pick up some area in order to put the buffer in between the existing and the proposed. And also as a consequence of reconfiguring the lands north of St. Michael's, we've been able to incorporate a buffer behind the north rear of the homes on St. Mike's.
Okay, thank you for that additional clarification.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions from council? Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm going to go back a bit. This area was constructed years ago, and the draw there was the golf course itself, and that brought a lot of people to that area. What, how do you choose your areas that you want to develop, and how you take away a golf course?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Van Der Rishi, the golf course is closing. And so if it's not going to be a golf course, what is a good alternative use for it? And of course, we do our technical work to determine the suitability of the lands for construction. And obviously the natural heritage areas are set aside for preservation. And of course, we also look at the market, the need for the housing and the market for the housing. And there is a critical shortage of housing across Southern Ontario. And we see this area as being very desirable. We believe in Norfolk, we believe in Delhi, and we're prepared to make hundreds of millions of dollars of investment basically in the community.
And I'd further that question by asking, are you doing this in stages? This obviously is a huge project. What are your stages that you're looking?
Thank you. For the chair to you, Councillor Van Der Rishi. That's a very good question. And there is a slide that shows the proposed phasing. If you go back a few. So essentially, we are going to start at the north end. There we go, right there. So we'll start at the north end, and then we would move into the southern portion and the extreme south, which is the light blue area. And then we would build our way out towards James Street. And that obviously we will discuss with staff. But the extension of services into this area, you know, we would want to go to the far end. We'll have to put the stormwater pond in first, and that is the area, the southwest corner of the property. That's the lowest area now. And so starting with the area number 2, the light blue area, and then the number 3, which is the pink. The green is number 4, phase 4, and then phase 5 is the reddish color.
How long does that take? Well, out of curiosity.
Yes, of course, it's through the chair to you. It's market dependent. Based on our research, we expect a 5 to 7 year build out period.
5 to 7 years. Have you looked at and considered the school systems, the capacity of the schools that we have, that type of thing?
Well, absolutely. The school boards are circulated on the application and will provide their comments directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're looking to phase this over 5 to 7 years, and what do you plan on doing during like year 3 to 7? How are you going? Is it going to go up in the weeds, or going to continue, letting people out there to play a few holes if they're still there? But what's the plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Well, we will start to prepare the site. And so I don't imagine there will be an opportunity for any continued golf function. We will be getting the site ready, and even though we'd be starting at the north end, we will start our site preparation works at the south. And so there will be activity out there, probably over the entire time frame, because the services are going to come in out to James, and so we've got to get those streets in and put the pipes in the ground.
Further, can you please comment on the traffic signal light or whatever you're having at the MTO, and also the sanitary sewer, how that's going to work from, say, phase 2 development into the municipal system?
Sure. I'd like to call on Burnside, Mr. Rorda, to come and assist with the answer to that question. But I do want to just speak to the MTO and the signalization at Tisdale. So there are improvements proposed for the Tisdale-James Street intersection. And over time, there will be signalization when it's warranted. There are turning lanes to be added, both to Tisdale and to James. And maybe Mr. Rorda can expand on the question regarding the installation of services.
Thank you. Stephen Rorda with RJ Burnside, Civil Engineering. So your question was dealing with the different phases. Part of the discussion of what and how to phase the project was to make sure that the services did work under the phasing program that we're proposing. This site, we have to have a pumping station down near the storm pond there. And this will get pumped back into town or the waste treatment plant. We've been working with the staff on the best routing and the way to get it up there. Some details to work out, but that's been worked through. So we did the phasing to make sure that it would all work and function down to that low area.
So what is the best routing for this sanitary sewer pipe?
The sanitary sewer, we prefer to come up James Street and then take a back route toward the west, what's the name, Dalton, and then up the west side of town. And again, the exact routing, we don't know yet. We're trying to work out the best route to get there. No intention of ripping up a street that's recently been done there.
Any other questions? So, if I may, a couple of the things that I've heard time and time again is council giving consideration to an urban boundary expansion that doesn't have servicing. So we spoke about servicing, we spoke about its requirements and a potential route. We haven't spoken about who pays for that servicing. Are there any comments you can make today, discussions you've had with our staff with regards to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, the development will pay to bring the services to the site. Short and sweet, thanks. And my second question is a community concern that we're hearing is the loss, and the community's grieving over the loss of a community asset, an amenity in a community that doesn't offer any like-minded amenities. So a bit of a putting you on the spot here, but have you been having conversations with our staff about community benefits that you can provide in turn? I've heard you mention a daycare. I've heard you mention the long-term care facility, but it's not like for like when we're looking at active amenities. Have there been any considerations or discussions about an alternate suggestion that you can? Thank you for that question, Your Worship. We have had discussions with certainly with staff, as the review process is underway, but also with some other community groups like the Kid Club, who I know they've made significant contributions to the community. We've talked to them about, about half of the site is being maintained as open space in its natural state. So there is an opportunity to work with the Conservation Authority and organizations like the Kin Club together with our group, and whether it's trails or other natural amenities in the natural areas, as well as the park that's now proposed as an expansion to Fairview Heights Park. The BIA, in the downtown, their commitment to beautification, we have started a dialogue with them about contributing to that process and assisting. So I think there are things that we can do. We're certainly have begun to explore what those are, and certainly the Chamber of Commerce, an excellent organization that are looking at ways to contribute to the community and strengthen the community. And nonprofit housing comes up over and over, which is why we had the discussion with the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, and which is why we are looking at incorporating daycare onto the site. So I think there are lots of opportunities.
I think
in consultation with the county.
Yeah, and I think daycare, the long-term care, those things are great and they are really, really needed. It's just unfortunate. It's to no fault of your own. It's just the system that we've created. It's just really unfortunate that at the end of the day, those are the things that are gaps in our community that the development community is now offering to us, when really they could be private businesses doing those things, and we could lean into a conversation more about these community amenities that the public really wants. But it's still commendable, and I thank you for giving consideration to daycare and long-term care and all of those things to build out a complete plan. But
I would note as well that the community commons is a large an area that we've set aside in the site, which is to be planned with the county in terms of what would go to that area recreationally.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I drove by the area this morning and I noticed a number of people with orange outfits on and shovels digging. Can you comment on, I take it they were doing some digging with respect to archaeological digs or something. Can you comment on that?
Yes, sure. And I think Leif is here too. But that is what it is, Councillor, through the chair to you. It's ongoing archaeology work.
Leif Meisenheimer, WSB for archaeology. Is there a specific question that you have about the survey?
Just, I know in our package here, we have a letter here from one of the native groups or Aboriginal groups. And I just wondered, what are you finding on the site with respect to archaeological dig that you're doing?
Certainly. Right now, we're just doing a survey, so we're just kind of making sure that there are, whether or not there are sites on the property or not. What we're finding so far have just been like isolated stone chips from manufacturing stone tools, and a couple of projectile points. And those native groups are involved and on site with us.
Yeah, I figured so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll switch over and invite the members of the public up to provide us with some information. We do have 2 registered speakers for this item. I would remind all speakers of the 5-minute time limit. And first up, we have Mr. Robert Laymans.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry, as well as Frank Zero. Is it a joint submission or separate? Registered together. So just one of you, both of you. Okay, you have 5 minutes. I can let you know when you have one.
Then I'm going to have to ask you, Mayor, for an extension. I cannot say what I need to say in 5 minutes.
Unfortunately, we've got 2 options here today. Excuse me, sir. We have 2 options here today. We allow all of the public to come for 5 minutes. That's across the board. It's not specific to today's meeting. So please let me finish. So we are equitable with the treatment of all of our community members. We also have a very full house here today that we need to get through. And if I start off our first public meeting with providing an extension to you, then I will likely need to do that for everyone. And I don't think that that's a great use of everyone's time. So what I can do is give you your 5 minutes to speak. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining, and then I'm sure a council member here will ask you if you would like to summarize additional points very briefly. I'm not going to give you an additional minute though, because we'll never get through the business of today. So I hope you can respect that. It's the same treatment we give to all the community members when they come forward for this type of process.
Then I have a question. If I'm partway through my presentation and council members wish for me to continue, is that appropriate?
They can certainly ask questions of you, and then you are not limited in your ability to answer the questions of council. But if they get off on a tangent, I'll have to cut you off and then return it back to questions. Okay. All right, sir, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the clock. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, I am Robert Lammons, a lifetime resident of Norfolk County and presently living in the Norfolk Fairway Estates. My sole objective is to outline to you the reasons that I do not support the proposed development that Geranium has brought forth before council. My presentation is prepared in sections, and each of these sections will be explained. The first section deals with the official Norfolk plan. That was adopted in January 1st of 2021. The purpose of that plan is the principal land use tool used to manage growth and development within the county to the year of 2026. Section 1.b states that the plan is to promote the orderly growth and economic development of Norfolk County through the logical, efficient, and cost-effective distribution of land uses that will safeguard the health, conveniences, and economic well-being of residents, business, and visitors. My understanding is that there is already approval in place for Delhi as follows: 117 units on Hawtree Road, 59 residential units in Bluegrass Estates and Banstead area with 30 units, and several other smaller projects. I also understand that there are numerous other projects in the proposal stage that total over 200 more residential properties, all within the urban boundaries of Delhi. It would seem very reasonable that the projects already approved would be given preference over new applications. The new application presented by Geranium wants to construct another 674 plus units in 5 stages, one of which is within the urban boundary, and the other 5 or other 4 are not within the urban boundary of Delhi. The application is premature with respect to the provincial policy statement of 2022, as urban boundary expansion must be considered as part of a 5-year review, an update of Norfolk County official plan, and not as a standalone planning application. The other urban areas within Norfolk County, such as Simcoe, Port Dover, Waterford, Port Rowan, Cortland, may be more suitable for expansion beyond their existing urban area boundaries. An expansion should be considered on a county-wide comprehensive basis and not in a piecemeal fashion, as services are paid across the entire county and not on an individual urban area basis. There is no demonstrated need to expand the present urban boundary with an existing inventory of vacant designated lands which can be used for future urban residential development. This is due to the supply of draft plan approved lots available for development. And in August of 2003, County Council adopted Norfolk County in 2026 a scenario which provides a broad vision for the long-term planning and development of Norfolk County. The broad vision was followed up with a detailed strategic plan document, which was adopted by Council in January of 2004. This strategic plan identifies 6 strategic themes that form the foundation for public planning policy, and I'm only going to highlight one. It's maintaining and enhancing the rural and small town character. Can the community supply adequate sewer and water to accommodate this new development proposal over and above the committed sewer and water capacity to which the county has already allocated to other approved developments? We are already on a water restriction schedule here in the town of Delhi. The basis for this new development is the assumption that the new residents will come from outside the county. This is a leap of faith in that the need for housing is not based on new job creation, which will draw people to Norfolk, but rather that people will come to Norfolk because housing will be more affordable and a better quality of life will be offered. Any new job growth is presently occurring outside of Norfolk County. Norfolk will be competing with other municipalities to attract new growth. Nearby urban areas like Tillsonburg, Woodstock, Ingersoll, Brantford, Paris, Elmer, Caledonia, Hagersville are all providing new lands for growth. Residential development costs municipalities more money to provide hard and soft services. Industrial and commercial developments do pay higher taxes, which is needed to support new residential development, not the other way around.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Therefore, without new industrial and commercial assessment growth, why should Norfolk be trying to attract additional residential growth, which they may not be able to support? Norfolk County is known to have a strong sense of community through the provision of public services, the development of safe and attractive communities, and the celebration of Norfolk's unique culture and natural heritage by involving residents in making decisions on planning matters and by promoting healthy communities through active lifestyle. And yet here, they're removing one of our lifestyles in the town of Delhi, namely the golf course. We have in Norfolk County, especially in the urban area of Delhi, provincially significant features, which include provincially significant wetlands, which provide habitat for endangered and threatened species. The official plan for Norfolk County requires that an environmental impact study be completed for each new application for development. The official plan also states that the habitat for endangered and threatened species be protected by at least 100 meters of space, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry and the Endangered Species Act specifies that clearly. The official plan also encourages growth in tourism and travel to the county, particularly to urban areas. We no longer will have a golf course to attract golf enthusiasts to our town from surrounding towns and cities. This should be a priority for Golf North, as it is connected with other golf courses and golfers are able to travel to other courses, including the Delhi Golf Club.
Thank you, Mr. Lamans. I apologize. I have to stop you there. Are there any immediate questions of council at this time? Councilor Van Idrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Is there anything that you would like to tell us further to your presentation that is keenly important to us to hear?
Yes, I think that the rest of what I was going to say is very important.
I don't disagree with you, sir. I would ask if you could summarize into maybe a couple of bullet points.
Okay, I will try to summarize. Section 5.6 of the official plan states that Norfolk County provides a variety of recreational opportunities, which is critical to maintaining healthy communities. The plan strives to ensure that sufficient recreational open space park facilities are provided within the county. And yet here we are taking one of the major recreational activities away from the town of Delhi. Norfolk County's population, I talk about, historically increased at a very moderate rate, and it's projected in Table 3 of Section 6.2 of the official plan that by 2036 our population will be 24,750. That's very moderate growth. Now those numbers may be different, but the important point is that the official plan states that in Section 6.4D, no new urban areas shall be designated within the period of this plan. And the plan is under review, I understand. But we must stick to the official plan if it's still under review. Am I correct in that assumption?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lamans, for your comments. Now, have you provided your written submission to our staff?
Sorry, say that.
Have you provided your written submission to our staff?
No, I was told that I didn't need to do that unless I was requested to do that at the end of my presentation.
Okay, it might be beneficial to you for staff. They've Ms. Gibbons has reviewed every single one of the correspondence that have come in. So now that you've presented to us here today, it might be beneficial if you send an email. She can review it and then add additional comments that to some of your points in the written report that will follow. So it's up to you, but it would be to your benefit to do that and the community's benefit if you submitted it. Councilor Breton, was that a hand?
You, Madam Mayor, through you to the delegation here. You gave some very specific numbers for approved and pending development. Can you give me those again, please? You had them in your presentations.
In an
Yes.
effort to, sorry, I'm gonna let you speak, but in an effort to save some time, because we have so many presentations today, if it's a question you want repeated from members of the public, I recommend that maybe we rewatch the video and then provide our correspondence to staff. You can certainly answer the question, but I fear that we'll be here all night, and I want to make sure that staff record all of the questions and provide a comprehensive review. So, sorry, go ahead.
117 units on Hawtree Road, 59 residential units in Bluegrass Estates, and Banstead area with 30 units, and several other smaller projects within the town.
Thank you.
I apologize. Did you also make reference to 200 more residential after that?
That's
After
right.
that statement?
Sorry?
When you originally read that statement, did you you made a reference to 200 more residential units additionally to what you just read?
Oh, here. I also understand that there are numerous other projects in the proposal stage that total over 200 more residential properties. And one of those is the land area behind the soccer field in Delhi.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, just so I'm clear here, that's that's over 400 units. Am I right on that? That's pending and approved so far.
Well, I think that's a number our staff will need to validate in a staff report.
Oh, close enough. I
Yep.
guess. Thank you.
117, 59, 30. Okay. Thank you very much. I also have Frank on Mr. Layman's. Mr. Layman's? I also had Frank, a gentleman named Frank Mesereau, who was,
He was going to read this for me if I had to leave because I have an appointment.
okay, all right, I wanted to make sure we weren't missing him. Okay. Okay, but that being said, we do have another, oh, sorry, just one more that's registered. I'm going to get to ahead of you and then you can be on deck. Mr. DeDobler, come on up. The same rules apply, sir. 5 minutes once you begin, and I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been on a couple of the subcommittees, elected or appointed committees, and I've been to practically all of the meetings for Geranium. And there's just a couple of things that I would like to propose to you and to council is that when I leave some of these meetings, I somehow feel I'm, for lack of a better expression, I'm kind of tongue in cheek. There's questions at these various meetings. One lady from the condos said that her home was her investment, is what she's owned, and this is her home. And she wanted to know with the development in her backyard, what would happen to the value of her home. And the answer came from Geranium that in previous places where we have built homes, the existing homes went up in value. Okay. Then one of the other questions was another lady also from the condos asked, when would be the time duration for you to start going or getting work on this project? And the answer again from Geranium was, oh, well, we anticipate we're going to put a shovel in the ground this spring. Okay. Me and my weaker moments a few years back, I did 2 small subdivisions. I only learned that more than 3, you have to go under plan of subdivision. So I did 2. I did 5. I did a small one in South Middleton, 5 homes, and I did a small one in Wycombe, 6 homes. They took me 3 years and 4 years, respectively, to get this in place. Before I started this, my hair was black. So that's how is they going to put a shovel in the ground this spring? It just doesn't make sense with me. But not to be redundant, and I know you've heard it already, Madam Mayor, is how can we, I was under the impression, and I've done some research and I went and talked to different people and developers and builders in the area, tried, proven, and in our area, we have approximately, I was led to believe 460 lots in Delhi ready to go. Why would we leapfrog over these builders, developers, and tear down the golf course and forget about these guys who've been here for years when there's 460 lots, I was led to believe, already there. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for coming. I guess, has anyone asked Geranium if they'll just develop on the 460 lots instead? I'm just teasing. I'm being facetious because, as you well know, sir, you're very well versed in the business of council, and I respect your contribution to the community. We just don't have an option to not address the planning file ahead of us. And if we had development files that were standing here before us today to build on those infill lots, I'm sure every member of council would encourage that. So I hear your point loud and clear.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for Mr. DeDobler? Okay.
Make it 2,000.
You know where to find them later? Okay, good. Okay, so we have all of our registered speakers, so would not Frank like to come up and speak to us? And if anyone else is prepared to speak, maybe what we'll do, just to stay very organized, we'll start with this section of the room and I'll open it up to everyone over here, and then we'll move across so we don't miss anyone. Whenever you're ready to begin, please state your name and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, my name is Roger Vermeulen and I live at 74 Wilson Avenue in Delhi. Even before I start my presentation, there's been an interesting scenario here. It started with Councillor Brunton asking how many lots were already approved and in the works. Seems to be a question of nobody seems to really know for sure. I have information from two sources that said the number of lots already approved and available are 406, with a possibility of 200 additional lots in the works. So I've got two documents that support that supposedly came from Norfolk County. Anyway, with that said, the nature of the application we're here to discuss today is not the one that we're talking about that was amended last Thursday. We didn't know as a group or individuals that this amendment had even been made. So when I speak, I'm speaking about the original agreement or the original proposal that was put forward by Geranium. So the nature of the application that we're here to discuss, when added to other development proposals, as far as we know, that have already been approved or in the works, number now over 1,300 additional new dwelling units for Delhi. This is for a small community of approximately 6,000 plus urban residents. Township of Delhi was a different story. We had 15,000 and some residents when I was there, but the actual number of urban people was about 4,500, and the number that I've been presented with now is 6,000. So with that said, the implications here are enormous by standards. First and most important, I think, is the quality of life, enjoyment, property. Also, how is this going to affect existing communities and lifestyle? Meaning, those of us who are in Delhi now, own homes, and will be directly affected by these proposals, particularly the Geranium one in this case. And what are the financial implications for the county? I've been around in municipal business for over 3 decades, and I can assure you that there'll be a need for new and additional services and infrastructure. And that'll equate to new expenditures and problems. And when I speak of services, I include the following: enhanced levels of police, fire, and medical, more expanded recreational services and facilities, road maintenance, winter control, increased traffic, and then you get into the school situation. These costs will be the primary responsibility of Norfolk County, by the way, which is actually you and me, the taxpayer. And from experience, I can assure you, don't expect much help from Queen's Park or Ottawa. It's not going to come. an increased local assessment, by the way, which some people some of our politicians at other areas hang their hat on. Increased assessment will not be immediate, or it'll not be guaranteed to defray all these tax increases. While we understand some new development is warranted, it must be addressed some kind of an orderly and gradual fashion. How many new units we really need at the moment and in the next 5 years, because all kinds of things will change in other areas in terms of additions to water and sewer capacity and so forth, not just Delhi, because we're out there now like a sore thumb. We're going to push everything in our direction because one day we were smart enough to increase our supply of water and sewage.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, proposal also requests some zoning changes, which would further, as far as the information I got, reduce setbacks from existing homes and residences. Best interests of persons already in our community should be a #1 priority. And other levels of government, local municipalities don't have to bow to other levels of government or outside pressures. You don't. You just have to do the right thing. So please take your time, visit the area, dialogue with some of the people, have a look at what the effects that you see on the screen are really going to come and amount to. And with that, thank you for your time. And maybe on the lighter side, today happens to be the 79th anniversary of the invasion at Normandy, which was important at one time to all of us. And we in Delhi, for the most part, kind of are looking at what we're talking about today as being the invasion of Delhi by geranium. Thank you so much, Your Worship. Further from.
Thank you for your presentation. I feel like you may have some municipal experience under your belt with that presentation. That's strange. Okay, that sums up our, oh, sorry. So this side of the room, would anyone else like to approach the podium? Come on up, please. If you don't mind, maybe we can get organized and get one person at the podium and one person on deck and rotate through. Who'd ever like to come up next from this side of the room? You can kind of wait in the wings. If you state your name for the record, please, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Len Paulette. I too live on 74 Wilson Ave, the condo corporation there. My big concern is how this was presented to us. Retirees, widows, Geranium Corporation coming into these meetings and saying, as close as we can to the boundary line, behind your 1-story condos, we're going to build 3-story stacked townhouses. To me, that would be directly to my east and directly behind me, basically blocking out the sun. But they did bargain down and offered us some opportunities, to agree on different housing plan, less condos, etc. Trouble is, I received papers last week, I believe a week ago, Tuesday. We got 2 weeks to sign the form they gave us. 2 weeks to sign that form, or it's all off the table. To me, that's bullying. Also stated at one of our meetings, I quote, "It's our land. We can do what we want." To me, that is the direct insult to the mayor, to the councilors, to the paid professionals, and to every citizen of Norfolk County, that they can come in from Toronto, from the big city, and do what they want. Makes no sense to threaten people with 3-story townhouses on the boundary line in a county that has, last count, 71,000 people and 1,600 and some kilometers squared. It makes absolutely no sense. I agree there should be housing available, which there is, and there's a big need for it. But this is excessive and threatening. Thank you.
You for coming up. May I just ask a quick question of you? So the paperwork that you referenced was an agreement from the developer and the landowners?
Yes.
That's what you're referencing. Okay, I have not reviewed that. I'm not aware of what that document says. Thank you for sharing that with us. Anyone else over here wishes to speak? Come on up. And if we could get maybe the next person on deck just waiting in the wings there, that'll keep us rolling today. Is there anyone else over here who'd like to speak? If you wouldn't mind, sir, just come on up and wait in the wings there. We would appreciate that. Whenever you're ready, ma'am, please state your name and 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Barb Taylor, and I live at 74 Wilson Avenue. On the Wilson Avenue side, the north side of the condominiums, and my location is about dead center from one end or the other. Okay. I first want to say thank you to Mr. Lamons for his presentation, which all of us greatly appreciate. And I would also advise him to please present the rest of that to council so that they may sit down and read it in detail and encompass and work on what you have said. Also, to other speakers that have spoken, I think everything that they've said is quite important and should take into detail what is going on. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many people. We as seniors and in our retirement years have spent a lot of time working hard to locate ourselves where we are at 74 Wilson Avenue. It is very difficult to accept the fact that by a signature, it can simply be taken away from us. The area behind us, between ourselves and St. Michael's, is not that wide. Geranium has been faithfully enough to try to offer us very different scenarios to help this shock become more acceptable. But when I see and through reading that there is so much other area available in Delhi that is not disturbing other residents and puts them right in your backyard, right behind you, so close. Yes, they have did and talked with us to try to make it a little more tasty. But that area where we sit now is designated as agricultural. It is not urban, presently designated as that. It always has been agricultural. Part of an area near us is also designated as watershed wildlife. In our backyard, every year, very close to my back steps, we have nesting turtles. Faithfully, every year, there is wildlife there from close behind us. I cannot see how they cannot say that this should not be a protected area. And that's all along that area. There is water connecting close to us. It is hard to accept the fact that all this can be taken away without thought. And what I ask is to council, put yourself in our shoes, put yourself in our shoes and think about what is happening, what happened to you in that same situation. Why try to jam houses in, even though they decreased it down to a smaller number? It's still in our backyard. It's taken away what we have worked very hard to live for. And there's other areas around that will not impeach housing and wildlife and other area like it would do in that area. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that. And
thank you for coming, Ms. Taylor. We appreciate your time. Come on up, sir. If there's someone else over here, if you'd like to come up on deck.
So my name is David Schooley. Don't hold it against me that I don't live in Delhi. But I have been a stakeholder in the community for almost 22 years. I'm a little offended that
the developer has reached out to every single stakeholder north. I own 1,149 feet of frontage or of property abutting the golf course. So I owned Roca Billiards for a number of years, and I still own that piece of property there, and no one reached out to me. So we put in a pre-consultation, I think it was last year, to build a few little townhouses on our remaining property. I look at this development, and I live in KW. I actually live in a little village called Blair. And if anybody has read the news, we just had a 1 million square foot Amazon warehouse built literally up the street from me in a heritage zone. So I look at this development, and I came down because I just wanted to hear a little bit more. When I heard that they reached out to all of the folks in the condominium, you know what? I think that's appropriate, but no one reached out to me and how it might affect our property. We still owned about 10 acres, and literally I abut the bottom part of that development. I am a realtor and have been for a couple of decades. 7 years is a long haul to be in construction. When I look at a development like this is the kind of development with this kind of density I see in Kitchener-Waterloo. But I've been doing business in Delhi for over 2 decades. I have family members, the Ballogs and the Dankowiches and the Marks, all in this area. This is a hard town to do business in, and I'm looking at it and adding an additional 800 houses. I'm not sure how you're going to absorb that. You know, where are the grocery stores? Where are all of those things that need to go along with this? And you know, I think that it's a great development, but it is so dense in such a small area. And when I hear that you have 400 building lots already, you know, I did some quick math. 800 units, 500-ish. We're a $500 million exercise here, right? I mean, that kind of development is pretty tantalizing for some, and I understand why. But it's going to take, if you're lucky, 7 years. You're going to be living in dust. And, you know, I did some quick calculation as well. It's going to generate 3.6 million in taxes. That's approximate, you know, if we have 800 units and 4,500. I'm just not sure how the town of Delhi is going to be absorbed that extra almost 900 units over the next, if they say 7 years, it's going to take longer than that. What if we have an economic dip someplace? The first thing that stops is new construction. So, you know what, I'm sad to see the golf course gone. I haven't golfed for a number of years because of an injury, but I have golfed that course a few times and very much enjoyed it. I think that, you know, as council, I would ask you to take a hard look at this development and, you know, is it right? Is it right for the community? Again, I don't live here, but you know, we've been in this community. I grew up in Tillsonburg, and you know, we just sold my mom's house about a year ago over on Fairfield. You know, so we've been in this community for a long time. I do live in a larger community, and when I look at this feels like Amazon. You know, 1 million square feet. If you're ever in Blair, take a drive through. I think you'll be a little astounded as to how big it actually is.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. Come on up, sir. Is there anyone else from over here before I get these people on deck? Okay, this group over here, if there's someone who wishes to speak, if you just jump up and get in line there and present next, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, councilors, my name is Bill Abbott. My wife Darcy. I live on Tisdale Drive, which is becoming famous. But they're currently, and I'm going to try and focus on the south side of this development because although I concur with the other arguments and everything that I've heard, but is currently Tisdale Drive, and it is just a driveway. And there are expansion plans. I hear today now that there is proposed stoplight at that intersection. But MTO, I guess, has to give their comments and that on that. But on this, there are currently 4 driveways, 4 houses. We purchased this house 15 years ago. It's a tranquil street. It's no exit and everything. And so now I see from this concept plan that there are 730 residents that are in this section of the property that are going to funnel through Tisdale Drive. So, I mean, common sense would tell you that that is just crazy, but the only one access road for the big part of this development. And we go from now with the 4 households and my neighbors is about 40 trips per day, vehicle trips. And we'll go between 5,000 and 6,000. And it's just, if you go around to other local developments and that, there could be 3, 4 accesses and that. And I realized they're not even using their emergency access for emergencies is their current driveway to the golf course. Well, it's not my fault. It's not my neighbor's fault that you have to have access through Tisdale Drive because you can't work things out at the existing stoplight down at the end or the actual entrance to this property. And it's just for all that traffic, besides there is a licensed event center in there, so that has weddings, funerals, whatever. So everything funnels back through Tisdale Drive to get on a busy number 3 highway. And this is going to create almost like a second Delhi coming out one road. I think the population is going to grow 50% on Delhi. And it's just, this is just way too big for this area. And I hope at the very least is that you can look at this overall project and maybe, you know, you talk about priorities of the previous builders and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's always competition and stuff like that. But there also, what doesn't pass a smell test is when you buy recreational green spaces and get them rezoned and for development. Because other people have to pay a lot more money for development property. But so that's all I have to say for now. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. So I'm seeing no one on deck over here, so I'm going to move over here. If there's anyone who wishes to come up and speak, please do. And then additionally, if we could get the next person in a lineup. You're thinking about it, aren't you, sir? I won't put you on the spot. It's okay. Okay, over here, does anyone wish to come up and speak? Please do. And if we can get the next person waiting in the wings, we would really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Just a reminder to state your name for the public record. You have 5 minutes.
Eva Lados. It is true that Geranium and we have had good faith discussions, and as a result, we have had plans revamped as a result of our concerns. However, the already existing lack of services in the Delhi area will be exacerbated if the proposed change to the Delhi Golf and Country Club land will be rezoned from agricultural to urban residential and have that developed. Ever since I can remember, there have been a shortage of services to the residents of the community here in Delhi and in Norfolk County. I learned this firsthand when I returned to live here, my hometown, in 2018. 5 years ago. It took me trips to doctors in Delhi, Simcoe, Tilsonburg, Port Dover, Waterford, and Port Rowan before I found a doctor. I live in Delhi. The doctor was in Port Rowan. It took me 2.5 years to find a doctor, and I only did so because a friend of mine moved away and I was able to get his spot. At the Delhi Community Health Center, the medical clinic, there are currently 9 doctors. According to the building administrator, Lori Yo of the center, 6 of these doctors are moving. They're leaving. These are Dr. Thorogood, Dr. Nunn, Dr. Bilani, Dr. Bach, Dr. Rollins, and Dr. Weller. Patients of the 3 remaining doctors don't have access to the services that these doctors had with them, the dietitian, the social worker, etc. Not only are there many, many people without doctors already in Delhi, the patients, most of whom are seniors of these doctors that are leaving, are close to panicking. Most no longer drive past the town limits. They don't know how they will be able to follow their doctors. Only 3 doctors will be staying. Norfolk Senior Support Services are already short of volunteers. So we are not just poorly serviced, we're going to be even worse serviced, even with all this influx of people we're expecting. The increased numbers of residents that this project will bring will only tax the health system further. Oh, I just said that. In addition to the need for medical services, the town's other needs are poorly serviced. We have only one grocery store whose prices compared to other stores in neighboring towns are so expensive that those of us who can drive go to other towns for groceries. It's the seniors who can't drive who are impacted by the health issues around the doctors leaving that are also impacted by the fact that we only have one store. There are no clothing stores except for the thrift shop. We have to go to larger centers for clothing. Just recently, one of our banks found there wasn't enough business, so they left. Bank of Montreal took off. So there aren't we have lack of recreational areas. The golf course is what does attract a lot of people to us. And I understand that half the site is supposed to be maintained as green, but I only know of the wetlands that are being kept as green, stuff you can't even walk on. I know that the golf course is closing and that's why they say it's okay to get rid of the golf course, but I think it's Geranium and their partners that are closing it. We already don't have enough teachers in our schools and are hiring unqualified personnel. We will need more schools and more teachers. With the already felt shortage of teachers, this will only get worse if we have an influx of new families with kids needing education. In addition to these shortages, I am concerned about the water supply of the county. I understand right now we have surplus water, but that's as is currently given what plans have already been approved. I'm concerned about the wildlife that enjoy the green space that's presently on the golf course. Just yesterday, I did see some turtles coming to lay their eggs in those places where I've seen turtles lay eggs in the past, right behind me, not even 5 meters away.
Sorry, Eva, 1 minute remaining.
I'm concerned about the impingement on my right to enjoy my property. As with my neighbors, I purchased my property on the land adjoining the golf course with a view to enjoying peace, solitude, and privacy. Now there will be increased traffic, more noise, more not light pollution. I recognize that I legally have no right to the view I enjoy right now, but I will also lose that view. If we develop more housing because of the housing shortage, then let's consider that Delhi has so much more land that is already zoned for residential. I do recognize the statement that that's not the application. It's not for applications for empty land, but there are already accepted, approved in the boundary properties. We don't need to be development doesn't need to squeeze into a space that's already surrounded by homes, freehold townhouses, and condominium townhouses.
Thank you very much for coming and for providing that feedback with us. Come on up, and if there's anyone else who wishes to speak. Oh, perfect. Look at you go. Well-oiled machine. Whenever you're ready, 5 minutes, Mary.
My name is Mary Elder. I'm the consulting firm Elder Plans Limited. I'm a registered professional planner. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my clients who submitted proposals for settlement boundary expansions. 2 of those were in Delhi. I was surprised to see the proposal before you today, the separate OPA zoning amendment applications for a plan of condominium and subdivision in advance of the municipal comprehensive review completion. It appears to me that these applications are premature. So we are pleased to see in the public meeting planning report that it indicated planning recommendation report will be informed by the applicable provincial policy statement, as well as any final approved county municipal comprehensive review that may be in effect at that time. And also in the staff presentation today, that the proposed application will need to be evaluated against the preferred locations and amount of population and employment growth currently being considered by the county. We plan to be involved with the municipal comprehensive review and contribute to the consultations on the volume 4 land study and options review. And we hope to see an open, transparent evaluation process, likely utilizing some form of criteria for evaluation. I would like to suggest the applications before you today appear to leap over the provincially significant wetland or ponds, which always seem to me to form a natural barrier to a settlement area. In recognizing that a provincially significant wetland is being protected and not being impacted according to all of the studies. I would also like to raise the question for council to consider of the existing buildings fronting on Highway 3 James Street. They are currently agriculture designated and zoned. Will they continue to be that, or when you do your expansion into Grow Norfolk, you include them as part of the urban boundary? My third thought for you is how close do you want the urban boundary of Delhi to be to the Gilbert St. Hamlet area? So we're extending it right down so that it abuts across the street on James Street. So leave those thoughts with council when they consider these applications. They seem to be a bit broader considerations, but I think when you look at this application, you need to also consider them then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Hi, my name is Linda Weber and I live at 4 Tisdale Drive. So it's right at the beginning of Tisdale Drive off the highway, along with my husband. We've been there for 27 years. And with this proposed new development, we will lose part of our frontage. We will lose part of our driveway, which we have 2 because we have a second garage. We presently have a 4-car driveway, the first one, the main one, and 2 cars in the next. From what I understand, we will be lucky to have enough room for 2 cars in the one driveway and 1 in the other, because they'll have to expand the street. We've lived on that street, like I said, for 27 years. It has been a quiet street. It's been nice to see people out golfing, even though we've had golf balls on our yard sometimes. But it's just overwhelming, extremely overwhelming. And I'm speaking for the rest of our neighbors on that street, of which there is 4. There is a daycare across the street from us on the other side. We closed down our seniors place, and now all of a sudden there's going to be another one. Just seems a bit of a coincidence that one closed and another one is going to open. Nobody was happy about that. You did hear from previous people that there was 1 grocery store. There's only 3 schools. We have more pizza places and gas stations and car washes than anything else, which isn't going to feed everybody. And it is going to impact the whole of Delhi. It's not just going to be the people around there. Everybody in Delhi is. We have a hard time getting onto our street now and getting off of our street. Putting stoplights there is not going to be the answer. There's stoplights down the road. People are just coming into town, stop at the light, just get up to the top of the hill, which is the most dangerous part of that area. I watched 3 cars in a row go off the road in the wintertime because of dry or black ice there. So it is dangerous. And then you have them coming out of town where they're just picking up speed and they're going to have to stop. We also have a school bus that stops there twice a day. At least one school bus. There used to be a smaller bus there for special needs kids stop there too. We only have a hub for a police station. Our town hall is now only open on Wednesdays in Delhi because everything was moved. So we don't even have that. We value all of our small businesses. We value our farmers. We value our industry, which there is only 3 in Delhi, and that would be CDN. You know what the rest of them are. Residents of Delhi know what the rest of them are. Scott's is the other one. And it just doesn't make sense to put this many houses in a small area. Who is going to live in these houses and these condos and these apartments? We need housing. We need affordable housing, not housing that is going to cost $550,000 for the basic price. We need affordable housing for people that have nowhere to go, have places. And we need rents lowered so that people can rent apartments. There's a lot of people in Delhi that are in need now, not great big fancy homes. So other than that, thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming. I'll take this opportunity to note that we have more customer service days coming to the Delhi area. Come on up, sir. We're ready for you.
Hi, I'm Alan Jakes. My wife Sharon and I were the owners of the property located at 18 Tisdale Drive. It's adjacent to the Delhi Golf and Country Club lands. The Delhi Development Inc. has addressed our concerns regarding the proposed redevelopment, and in particular, we have come to satisfactory agreements with the DDI regarding the interface between our property and the adjacent development properties. Thanks to Cheryl Shindruck and the Executive Vice President, and Theonis Manaharan, the project manager. So in accordance with this, we'd like to advise the county that we could go ahead and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, sir. Okay, I see no one in the lineup, so I'm going to open it up to anyone. Sorry, if we can keep order in the chambers, please respect everyone's opinions. Is there anyone on the line who wishes to speak today? Anyone online who wishes to speak today? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bounce back over to council here. So we have the public hearing committee recommendation before us, which is simply to receive the report as information. There is no decision being made today. We will receive the report as information. Our staff have listened, as council has, to all of your concerns, and a supplementary staff report with the updated application details and commentary based on your questions and concerns will be put in writing on the public record. And you're all more than welcome to come back and join us for that council meeting. However, there isn't an opportunity to speak on that file. Today was the day. So with that, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bandendrishi, seconded by Councillor Huffman, to receive the report as information in full, that staff report CD, sure I've got the right spot here. 23038, is that the correct one? I've got it on my screen. Okay. For development application OPNPL 2023-036 be received as information, and further that any comments received as part of the statutory public meeting be considered in a future recommendation staff report. Councillor Van Pass, go ahead.
If I could, Madam Mayor, could I ask staff, like, what kind of turnaround time can we look at between this public meeting and the meeting that'll present where our staff?
Sure. Staff, do you know that at this time, or?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Okay.
There's no time commitment at this point. Obviously, we've heard a lot today. So there's been a lot of comments today. So we need to go back and review that. There's still technical comments that are outstanding. And we've heard of a revised submission and updated technical So we have a lot of work to do on the next steps, but we will keep people informed as to what that might be.
Councillor Breton also has a question for you, and then I'm going to call the question.
Well, if I can just finish up.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
Just to, it will take some time. It will be advertised ahead of time of when it's coming, or people will know, anybody who's been here will know what day it's coming up. So if the public doesn't see anything in the next few weeks, don't worry, nobody's going to slip it through behind your back. Right?
Through the chair, we will be considering the timing, and notification can be provided, whatever the typical process would be, to those that have participated, and there's a lot that have participated, so they would find out about any, if there's a subsequent council meeting date time.
Furthermore, all planning decisions will be made at council. You are all more than welcome at any point in time to go onto the Norfolk County website. There's a button that says Clerk and Council Services where you can review our public agendas. They get published on Fridays. You see them at the exact same time that council sees them. So just feel free to do that, to refresh the browser, to go to our agenda, and just look for this location. So council meetings are held on the third Tuesday of every month. So that is when you can expect to see it. It may not be next month, but as a council, we can work together to try to keep the public informed, and our agendas are published, are posted publicly, and council sees them at the same time you do. Ms. Gibbons, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm for everybody, if you want to send us comments, if you haven't already, please email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. We will receive them. And every comment that has been received that isn't attached to this staff report, it will form part of the next staff report, and we will document all of the key issues in whatever comes forward for council.
Okay, Councillor Breton, one question, and then we're going to vote here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, staff, is what, perhaps Brandon, to adjust the urban boundary, that's an official plan issue, am I right? And number two, would that be, does the province have a say in that?
Through the chair, there is provincial policy statement that provides the policies and guidance for how a settlement boundary expansion is considered, and that staff would be reviewing that along with our official plan policies about the same. It is an official plan amendment. There is a specific schedule, Schedule 1 of the official plan, that outlines the settlement area boundaries. So that's the primary issue here, is the land in or out. And then once a decision is made on that, we go to the next step of what it is for. And the province, I think we are awaiting comments from the provincial agencies at this time.
So will it be a fair statement to say that you can provide more details at the time of the public report in writing on that?
Through the chair, that is correct. At the time of any public report, there will be a full planning analysis comments on that.
Okay, thank you very much. So everyone understands that we have a mover and a seconder who I forget, I believe it was Van Drishy and Councillor Huffman, and we are receiving the report as information only. No decision is being made today. Okay, with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. It's not very often the council chambers is this full, so thank you for your participation. We certainly heard all of your comments and concerns, as did our staff, and our report will be public. So council, let's break for 30 minutes here. We'll grab a bite to eat, stretch your legs, come back at 6:15 and let everyone clear out.
Ready for the on-air side. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Draw your attention to 4.3. Excuse me, CD-23-033. This is the 25 Baker Draft Plan subdivision. Mr. Brandon Sloan, General Manager, Community Development. Will you introduce the report, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon through the chair. So the next file before you is development application in Wyndham Center, and we have Hannah on the line that is going to do the overview. Hannah?
Thank you. If you can just permit me one moment, I will pull out my slides. Okay, can everyone see that okay? And everyone see my slides okay?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So thank you for your time today after a long day. So through the chair, this subject property is located at 25 Baker Street and it concerns a draft plan of subdivision. It's near the intersection of Railway Street and Nixon Road in the hamlet of Wyndham Center. The subject lands are interesting that they previously were a railway line. So previously an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment were approved by council in 2014 to facilitate the conversion of these lands to residential areas that we see today. In terms of surrounding land uses, we see Windell Park to the south, residential lots to the north, part of the hamlet, and the surrounding land is predominantly agricultural. The subject lands are designated hamlet and zoned hamlet residential in Norfolk County's official plan and zoning bylaw, respectively. And as noted previously, the development proposes to create 9 residential lots for single detached dwellings on private water and sanitary services. So some things to consider. In order to facilitate this, Railway Street will need to be opened and brought to county standards, which I'm circling over here with my cursor, and extended. This extension will provide frontage to lots 4, 5, and 6. The owner of 15 Doyle Street, which is on the corner of Doyle and Railway, has provided a comment noting their septic system may be encroaching onto the unopened portion of Railway Street, which would need to be addressed through the associated process of opening that street. Additionally, Baker Street is also proposed to be extended over here southwards. So lots 7, 8, and 9 will have frontage. For additional context, the existing dwelling located on the southern corner of Baker Street and the land to the east are subject of 2 separate consents to sever applications, which have been filed by the same property owner and agent. The existing single detached dwelling will require an easement temporarily for access onto Baker Street in advance of Baker Street being extended, and the remaining parcel to the east will have reduced frontage on Wyndham Lane through a minor variance. Technical reports submitted as part of this application include a geotechnical report to analyze soils, lot grading, siltation, and erosion plan, general plan of services, a functional servicing reports, and stormwater management design report, as well as a planting plan. Departmental comments received to date are minimal, so the building department flagged for informational purposes to the agent that there was a minor discrepancy between the T times identified in the Englobe and Norfolk soils analysis as part of the geotechnical report for septic systems, and the fire department noting adequate turnaround facilities for fire department apparatus will need to be ensured. Additionally, the planning department has received 2 comments from members of the public. So one member of the public submitted a comment concerning the location of the septic system, which I noted earlier, in addition to privacy and traffic safety. In reviewing these with the agent and staff recognize the encroachment is stated to be on county-owned lands, which are slated for a roadway. And the agent has provided a response noting privacy will be maintained through setbacks and fencing. Additional considerations may also be implemented through subdivision and agreement as required. Through the subdivision agreement as required. the second resident who submitted a concern about water balance and drainage. Similarly, the agent has provided a response noting that the addition of 9 new wells is expected to be negligible in terms of overall aquifer levels. However, would defer to county staff with that area of expertise to offer their input as it relates to similar developments in the area and their effects on water levels. So at this time, staff have received no main concerns from the building department, but are still waiting for review from development engineering. Similarly, in regards to drainage, the agent have prepared lot grading plans to the county standards to ensure proper drainage is maintained. And their geotechnical brief and soils analysis has been prepared to ensure there is appropriate soil percolation and subsurface conditions. So some preliminary considerations relating to this file, I would say pertain mainly to roads, housing on private services, and just highlighting that there is a nearby park infrastructure for future residences. So for next steps, staff will be considering input identified at today's meeting through technical comments and be providing a recommendation report for July to meet statutory timelines. With that said, I would like to thank you for your time and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the report. Are there any questions, council? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Chair, sorry. And through you just to staff, I noticed in the extension of Baker Street that looks a little tight, and I'm just wondering if engineering staff have any comment in relation to garbage collection, like the turnaround there, garbage collection, snow removal, etc.
Thank you. That is a great question. So I don't know if we have any development engineers online for that, but I can make note of your question and forward it to their consideration. At this time, planning staff have not received any comments formally from the development engineering department. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, Tim is online and he can answer. I think she's sharing her screen so she can see Tim pop up. Tim, feel free to dump it. But you're on mute, Tim.
Hopefully no one could read lips there for a second. Through you to the chair. Yeah, I have noticed that the one street does not end in a proper turnaround. That will be one of our comments back to the agent when we get our comments for the recommendation to planning. Though it was mentioned at the pre-con that we last had for this development that cul-de-sac should be avoided, and that a possible different road network could have been suggested, but I see in this application they haven't taken that under consideration.
That's satisfying. Thank you. Is there anyone out in the chambers that wish to speak to this report? Thank you. If you'd like to come up to the podium, please. You would like to state your name for the record, as well as you have 5 minutes to speak, and I will try to indicate the last minute. You're welcome.
Read. Okay. Yeah, I'm Dave McBride, 22 Wyndham Lane. I'm the one that brought up the water issues just because I've had previous experience. The last hamlet I lived in, they had to re-drill a well to facilitate a bunch of new apartments in it. And they went down an extra 50 feet and 97 wells in that village went dry that summer. So I'm wondering what sort of recourse. I've been assured that the aquifer isn't going to change, but you know, what happens when it does. As for drainage and septic, behind my place, which then backs onto Baker Street through 10 Wyndham Lane, every time it rains heavily and in the spring, we get 2 feet of standing water there, which takes a number of days to run off. And the only way it does run off is the resident at the time did put in a large catch basin to do that. But I'm wondering what happens when we put in 9 new septics heading down that direction where the water used to drain in, so that it doesn't keep flooding my shop, which is at the back of my property. And then as for garbage collection, that's a new one that seems like a really good idea to reinforce that there is nowhere for the trucks to turn around as at the end of Windham Lane also. So thank you for your time. That's where the three things I need to bring.
I'll direct, you have some questions there, so would you like them responded to, or you just wanted to bring those issues?
Especially the water. That's the one that most concerns me. I'm on a sand point. There was a well drilled, there was a well drilled at Baker Street already. And 3 months later, my sand point went dry. I had to go down an extra 10 feet to get water. That was March 2020.
Okay.
So I'm wondering what sort of reassurances I can get that I don't have to go back and spend $4,000 to drill a new well.
Well, I'm going to turn to Mr. Grice. Mr. Grice, is there any possibility that you could be able to answer some of those questions or concerns? I know you can't make any promises.
So through the chair, Kim's been the one that Mike called in the file, so I can't respond.
Tim, if you would, we can't hear you.
Still on mute.
Through the chair, any drainage concerns should be considered at the time of detailed engineering. Most subdivisions should be self-contained within the property limits with a drainage plan and a stormwater management plan in effect for those lands. So hopefully no water should go onto adjacent lands unless it has a legal outlet there or a mutual drainage agreement in the future. As for the wells, there is the opportunity, as we have done with other subdivisions that are in rural areas, that we recommend that hydro-G analysis be completed and that it would be peer reviewed by one of our consultants so that it meets the requirements of the MECP. If that is required, we can do so.
All right, then. So I can just wait for that report. It will be in an email somewhere or yeah, how will I receive?
Receive that report, or how could we access that?
Well, I'm wondering if it would need to be an FOI to actually receive a copy of the report. I don't know if we have that report available as part of my collection. But if one has not been completed, but is required as a draft plan condition, we could see about making it available in the future.
Okay. All right.
Sounds pretty good then. He'll be able to make that available to you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this one? Yes, please come to the podium. And again, if you could introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ann Schoaf. I live at 15 Doyle Street, Wyndham Center. I'm the one that is adjacent to the unopened railway property. I'm against getting it open because I've taken care of it for 24 years. My mom bought the house in 1999. I inherited it in 2009 from her, but I've lived there for 24 years. We have maintained it and taken care of it. We don't want to see it destroyed as the railway's been destroyed because a lot of wildlife use it and everything. Besides, it makes it look like it's part of our property already. Without having a fence, it does the privacy for our yard. And we have more security, even though we don't have a fence. It's like a living fence. You can't get through it. It's pretty dense. If that was destroyed, our backyard's wide open to people. There is no lighting back there. You'd have to put in lighting for people driving down the road. We have already right now down Railway and Doyle, people use that roadway to avoid the school buses because the school bus stops on Wyndham Road, so they use that to avoid them. It's basically like where the edge of my property is, you have the issue of people not seeing people walking down beside the property. I don't know exactly how close the road would be to my property, but you step 2 feet, no, not even 2 feet off the deck and you're on town property. And my septic tank, I don't know where the weeping bed is. I know where the septic tank is. I know it's encroaching, but as far as I know, it was put in before railway even existed. I don't know exactly when it was put in, like I said, but I looked on the map it was before 1964, but it is still in good working order. I have had it cleaned only twice in the 2 years or 24 years I've lived there and have had no issues with it. It is a really good working order. Otherwise, it's like I'm just worried about safety for my kids and everything too, because they're going out the side door. And that's basically my main issue is my kids.
Right. Thank you. Can I ask a question? How big your
Yes.
property would be?
Pardon me?
How big is your property?
My property is technically we're guessing roughly 0.52 acres because it is an irregular property. Two sides are longer than the other two, but it's roughly 0.52 acres.
Any questions from the floor? Yes, Councillor Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The septic bed, do you know, you thought maybe it might have been put in the 60s. Have you checked the health unit to see if there's a septic bed plan? The records there.
I haven't checked with them because I've been trying to find where to find this information. The person I talked to was it was in Delhi or Simcoe, I can't remember, but it was the to a sewage. I can't remember who it was now, but I did talk to someone that would know, like, have that history, but it goes back before their records.
Just to mention that if you are very concerned about where your field bed lies, there is a system when they come out, when they clean it, they can send this thing down and tell you where your beds are. So,
well, I know when I had the septic guy out there, he said he could clean my weeping tiles if he thought my weeping tiles needed work, but they don't need work. And he said that would be, it would, what was it, 12? I think it was 1,200 or something. And I don't have that money to get that done.
is there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there anyone out there prepared to wish to move the staff recommendation? Did I get a mover for the staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Barry. Any other? Yeah. Okay, if not, I call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We're moving on. Mr. Sloan again. And we have another one. If you'd like to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And our next development file, I believe, is a rezoning in Port Ryerson, and Anna's going to introduce that one as well.
Thank you. Please just permit me a moment while I share my screen. Okay, thank you for your patience. Through the chair, this is a zoning bylaw amendment affecting the lands identified as 6 Evans Street. Just to note that staff are seeking to move this through delegated approval. So the subject property is a privately serviced lot near the intersection of Evans Street and King Street South, abutting Port Ryerson. The surrounding land uses are predominantly residential to the west, agricultural to the north, and the Lake Erie shoreline is located to the south. So the lands in question are designated hamlet and agricultural in Norfolk County's official plan and zoned correspondingly hamlet residential and agricultural. There are also 2 site-specific provisions affecting different portions of the land, so 14.31 and 14.984, which I'll provide more information on soon. The subject lands currently contains 2 single detached dwellings located here in part 1 and here in part 2. The entire subject land, so part 1 and part 2 on the GIS mapping shown, is affected by provision 14.31. And this provision was applied in the 1970s. It permits 2 single detached dwellings on the farm parcel. Recently, part 1 has been the subject of a zoning bylaw amendment, ZMPL 2019-362, which amended the zone from agricultural to hamlet residential with site-specific provision 14.984 to permit reduced frontage in order to facilitate a future severance of the home, which has happened through severance file BNPL 2022-240. This consent application and zoning bylaw have been approved, and the consent is subject to conditions. Planning staff added as a condition of approval for the consent that special provision 14.31 is being removed from parts 1 and 2 of the subject lands. So the effect of this change will bring the subject lands into conformity with the zoning bylaw and Norfolk County official plan. Due to the simple nature of this application, no technical reports were required as part of the submission. No concerns have been identified from staff. We had one resident call staff for information, but no formal comment was submitted. The preliminary considerations affecting this proposal relate to agricultural and housing. Just noting the permission for a second single detached dwelling is proposed to be removed, while other as of right permissions for additional residential dwelling units, garden suites remain on the subject lands, and that the agricultural zone also permits bunkhouses. For next steps, staff will consider any input provided through technical comments and this public hearing meeting, recognizing, again, this is a simple conformity exercise that staff would support. Thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you for your report. Is there any questions of the committee on the report? Any questions from anyone? Okay, next I'll ask if there is anyone out in here that would like to speak to this one. Is there anyone wishing to speak or online wishing to speak? No one? Therefore, I'll move directly on. Does anyone wish to move the staff recommendation on this one? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michele. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Perfect. Let's move right along. We are on 4.5. Heidi. We're moving to Heidi. General Manager of Corporate Services, will you introduce this report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. Report CS 23-091 is being presented to the Public Hearings Committee for information purposes and to allow the public an opportunity to ask questions or express concerns regarding the request by the applicants for the permanent closure and conveyance of part road allowance between concessions 4 and 5 Houghton, Norfolk County, adjacent to their properties. The report provides the nature of the request by the applicants, along with additional related details. Realty staff did not receive any public input with regard to the proposed road closure. The report also notes that there is one other adjacent property owner who has been contacted and who has indicated that they are not interested in purchasing the section of land adjacent to their property and that they do not object to the request by the applicants. A further report will be presented to council at a later date for the purposes of a decision. We are here today to hear from the public and to answer any questions council members or the public may have related to the requested road closure. And with that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you for the report. Are there any questions of the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak to this report? Is there anyone on the line who wishes to speak to this report? Seeing none, therefore, does someone wish to move the staff recommendation? If I could get a mover, moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? This is carried. May I have a motion? We're done, folks. So may I have a motion to adjourn? And thank you, Councillor Huffman. I need a seconder. Counselor Berry. All those in favor of adjournment? That is carried. Thank you so much for bearing with me today. Thank you.